Chapter 1058. Tae-in-zi suddenly thought of a problem while he was running for his life. Should he not have punched Wang Hu a few times just to have fun? This was the legendary type who would not show off until his HP was low. Once he had accumulated enough rage, he would be able to kill the seed. I only punched him a few times. I didn't stab him in the eyes, kick him in the groin, steal his heart, or pick his peaches. Was there a need to, Brother Wang Hu? Can we discuss this properly? You know I'm doing this for your own good. Bah, old man, you don't have any other skills. But you sure are good at running for your life. I'll see how good you are at running. Wang Hu's domineering voice came from behind. Of course I can dodge. Otherwise, do you think I got the nickname too good at running for nothing when I was roaming the Jianghu? However, to Tae-in-zi's surprise, Wang Hu's strength had indeed increased a lot, but relatively, his speed seemed to have slowed down a lot. Thinking about it this way, did Wang Hu give up his speed to increase his strength to escape from Gaia's gray crystal? He hadn't switched to this mode yet, so he couldn't catch up to him? If that was the case, there was no need to summon Gaia. Tae-in-zi hadn't decided whether to use Gaia to seek death or obediently be the person in charge of the club's main god project. Brother Wang Hu, as the saying goes, peace is the most important thing. Why don't we bury the hatchet and become brothers of different surnames? With your ability and my wisdom, we can take advantage of this place. Wouldn't that be great? Get lost. Tyrant Fist. F***CK. Brother Wang Hu, don't you understand my painstaking efforts? Do you think I hate you to take revenge and take advantage of your precarious situation? You're absolutely wrong to think that way. Don't you know that you can only explode when you're full of rage? In order to stimulate your potential, I'm willing to be the bad guy. Look, aren't you out of there now? Brother Wang Hu, can you keep your fists to yourself? You're biting the hand that feeds you. Do you know how heartbroken I am now? F***CK. I've never seen such a thick-skinned and shameless person. Consider me unlucky today. Wang Hu suddenly stopped. In contrast, Tae-in-zi also stopped doubtfully. At this time, Wang Hu stood still and slowly exhaled. At the same time, Wang Hu's body seemed to gradually become thinner. Under Tae-in-zi's astonished gaze, Wang Hu's muscles, which were full of strength, contracted little by little. Not long after, Wang Hu's entire body had shrunk by 2 sizes. At this time, Wang Hu was even thinner and smaller than when he first appeared. What was he doing? Just as Tae-in-zi was dumbfounded, Wang Hu suddenly moved. Tae-in-zi only saw an afterimage. After that, he felt a feeling of imminent death coming from his abdomen. Tyrant Fist! Why did he suddenly switch to speed mode? You are Ultraman Tiga! Bearing the brunt of Wang Hu's angry fist, Tae-in-zi's entire body flew backwards. After breaking a dozen stone pillars in succession, he barely managed to stop. However, at this time, Tae-in-zi was not feeling well. At this time, he spat out a black substance from his mouth. After spitting out the black substance, it instantly dissipated into the air. At the same time, Tae-in-zi only felt an unprecedented weakness. The feeling was as if his body had been hollowed out. Old ghost, before you die, don't say any last words. With a whoosh, Wang Hu appeared in front of Tae-in-zi. He directly used his hand to grab Tae-in-zi's afro hair and lifted him up. At this time, Wang Hu's fingers suddenly tightened. Tae-in-zi only felt as if his head was about to explode. The pain made him unable to help but wail. Damn, he really didn't even say any last words. This is not the script. Who? Unexpectedly, at this time, Wang Hu suddenly threw Tae-in-zi down. Then he raised his head and chopped at a towering stalagmite in front of him. It was a white figure. Female again. Wang Hu suddenly became alert. He did not even notice when the figure came close. At this time, Tae-in-zi was lying on the ground. At this time, he raised his head with difficulty and followed Wang Hu's gaze. At one glance, Tae-in-zi was suddenly shocked. Lowly slave it is actually. But now, Tae-Inzi's tone suddenly changed. No, junior sister, you are here. Save your brother. Hearing Tae-Inzi scream, the white figure on the stalagmite frowned slightly, only to hear a light snort, directly waving her sleeves, turned around and left. Damn, Tae-Inzi stared and hurriedly said, Junior sister, do you really not care about the friendship between fellow disciples? Don't tell me you forgot, when you went up the mountain, who built the house for you, who gave you the Taoist robe, and who told you bedtime stories. Pup. Suddenly, beside Tae-Inzi, a green sword energy suddenly shot and poked a very deep hole in the ground in front of his face. Tae-Inzi swallowed his saliva, and at this moment he braced himself and said, Junior sister, back then, when you turned into a human body, you were just a baby girl and Master took you in. But Master was too busy with cultivation. So he asked me to take good care of you. Brother is a Taoist priest. How could I know how to take care of people? When you were hungry, I could only catch some female goats to feed you. Pop, pop, pop. 3 green sword energies shot down one after another, each one closer to Tae-Inzi than the previous one. The third sword energy was less than 2 inches in front of him, and it even sank into the ground. At this time, Tae-Inzi had already broken the jar and smashed it to pieces. He gritted his teeth and climbed up and pinched his throat and screamed, You just learned to eat, and I will cook spirit rice porridge for you every day. Enough. At this moment, the white figure on the stalagmite suddenly jumped down. Her fingers formed a sword seal, and a green sword energy shot out from between her fingers, as if it was solid. The white-clothed woman was like a fairy flying from outer space, holding the green sword energy. She directly pierced towards Tae-Inzi's throat. I washed your diapers. The green sword energy suddenly stopped at Tae-Inzi's throat, and Tae-Inzi swallowed his saliva nervously. At this time, the white-clothed woman's arm suddenly swung to the distance, and the green sword energy shot out at the same time. The stalagmites on the side were instantly cut open and fell down, making rumbling sounds. This bitch's sword energy was even more terrifying than Wang Hu's fist. Tae-Inzi's scalp tingled, but he didn't hurry to put on a smile. Junior sister's Green Lotus Sword Codex has improved again. I'm afraid you will catch up with Master soon. You are indeed Master's last disciple. I really feel relieved. Shameless. The white-clothed woman snorted coldly at this time, being stared at by her like this. Tae-Inzi immediately shrunk his neck. But since this bitch, junior sister, didn't kill him in the end, he should be safe for the time being. I will take this person away, no matter what grudges you have with him. The white-clothed woman turned around and glanced at Wang, who indifferently. Wang, who sneered at this time and pinched the joints of his fingers. Unfortunately, I must kill this old ghost today. The white-clothed woman snorted coldly and said, Although this person is shameless and is also an abandoned disciple of the sect, but even so, killing him is my sect's matter. It is not the place of outsiders to be noisy. Ha. You are the first one who dares to speak to me like this in the past 100 years. Wang, whose demonic aura surged, and those complicated tiger stripes began to appear on his skin again. The white-clothed woman frowned. With a wave of her finger, another green sword energy shot out. Junior sister, be careful. This white tiger can transform into a divine beast. Tae-Inzi reminded her at this time. But soon, the white-clothed woman looked at him coldly. Tae-Inzi smiled embarrassedly at this time. That, I will cheer for you. Junior sister, you can do it. You are the best. Shut your dog mouth. The white-clothed woman snorted coldly. With a wave of her finger, another green sword energy shot out. This time, the sword energy was not straight. Instead, it turned into a belt of light and instantly pierced Tae-Inzi firmly. Even his mouth was pierced. Tae-Inzi fell to the ground at once. This kind of situation of being tied up, was it déjà vu? At this time, Wang Hu seemed to have completed his divine beast transformation. His body had once again returned to the physique that Taiyinzi said he saw at the beginning. Wang Hu twisted his neck and made a crisp popping sound. The divine beast transformation needs some time. It was not completely completed just now. Halfway through, a damn thing appeared. I am still waiting to settle the score with her. Consider yourself unlucky. You just happened to let me warm up. It's just a mid-level Tiger King pattern. The white-clothed woman said indifferently at this time. The real divine beast transformation of the white tiger is not so cheap. At best, you are just mimicking it. Seems like you know it very well. Wang Hu sneered. Let's see if you have the ability to let me complete the third stage. I don't want to use that power at all. As he spoke, Wang Hu waved his hands at the same time. In an instant, his hands were covered by a white light. When the white light dissipated, Wang Hu's arms were already wearing a thick layer of armor. White Tiger King armor. The white-clothed woman frowned. This is the inherited, secret treasure of the white tiger race. Are you a direct descendant of the white tiger race? Seems like you really know it very well. Wang Hu smiled casually and looked at the sword aura of the white-clothed woman's finger. He narrowed his eyes. I wonder how hard your toothpick-like sword aura can be. The white-clothed woman did not talk nonsense at this time. The sword aura on her finger danced outside her sleeve. Suddenly, countless air waves appeared in front of her and spurted out. At this time, Wang Hu raised the gauntlet on his right hand. From the two sides of the gauntlet, it suddenly opened and turned into a shield, easily blocking the incoming airwaves. The battle between the white-clothed woman and Wang Hu began. Under the sky, it completely became a duel arena between the two. In this huge stone forest maze, a large number of stalagmites fell down, and the two figures shuttled back and forth in the stone forest at extreme speed. They were actually on par with each other in the fight. This sound made Taiyinzi's scalp tingle. He secretly thought that the B***TCH's cultivation had been interrupted and she woke up again. After such a period of time, her magic power had probably completely recovered and she had returned to her peak state. The B***TCH now was completely different from the last time he met her at the club. If he fell into Wang Hu's hands, only death would await him. If he fell into the hands of this B***TCH, what if he was sealed for another 500 years? Faced with such a desperate situation, Taiyinzi at this time struggled to lift his but using his knees and chin as walking tools. Like a caterpillar, he quickly crawled in the direction away from these two extremely dangerous fellows. However, just as Taiyinzi was crawling energetically, a sword aura suddenly shot directly from the sky in front of him, forcibly cutting a gap in the path Taiyinzi was on. Taiyinzi's face was covered in dust, and he was greatly shocked. He quickly turned his head and continued to crawl in the other direction. Unexpectedly, a fist aura brushed past him, forcing Taiyinzi to change his direction again. Sword aura turned around. Fist aura turned around. Sword aura turned around. Fist aura turned around. You guys have had enough. Taiyinzi, whose face was covered in dust, simply stopped crawling at this time. He twisted his body a few times and sat up. Fight, fight. Continue to fight. All of you continue to fight. There was nothing left to live for. Taiyinzi sighed. The bandage-like green light around his mouth had been loosened, but the other places were relatively tighter in comparison. He was still watching the battle between the woman in white and Wang Hu. With his eyesight, he could no longer see what was going on. At most, he could only exclaim that it was very strong, super strong, and so on in his mind. Over time, Taiyinzi, who had become numb, yawned. But at this time, in front of him, a small figure slowly descended. It was Gaia. Finally, there's a reaction. Taiyinzi suddenly shivered. Long ago, when Wang Hu switched to speed mode to beat him to the ground, almost killing him, Tae-Yinzi had already frantically called for Gaia. But Tae-Yinzi did not expect that Gaia would actually take so long to appear. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was a retard. Prototype Universal Treasure House Administrator Gaia at your service. Respected secondary authority holder. Can you remove the secondary authority? Gaia did not speak, only quietly looking at Tae-Yinzi. Forget it, release me. Tae-Yinzi skillfully gave the order. Gaia stretched out his palm and touched Tae-Yinzi. The green light around Tae-Yinzi's body instantly disappeared. Tae-Yinzi swung his arm and laughed. At this time, a green sword light and a fist light wave flew toward Tae-Yinzi at the same time. Gaia, protect me. Understood. The colorful light shield easily blocked the sword light and the light wave. At the same time, Wang Hu and the woman in white, who were fighting, instantly separated. The woman in white was now standing on a stalagmite. As for Wang Hu, he was now on the ground. The woman in white looked at Tae-Yinzi and Gaia beside him and frowned slightly. Wang Hu sneered. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Tae-Yinzi laughed wildly and stepped forward, proudly saying, Wang Hu, looks like you've forgotten the fear of being dominated by my tyrant scissors. And you, lowly slave, you actually used sword energy to stab me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the principle of senior brothers being respected. Gaia, catch these two for me. At this moment, Gaia slowly floated up. Chapter 1059. Master, this mountain is so strange. We've been flying for such a long time, but we haven't shortened the distance. Above the clouds, two figures were rapidly flying towards the mountain peak that was peeking out from the clouds. The high-speed movement had already torn open a long hole in the clouds. Suddenly, the two figures came to a stop. If one took a closer look, one would realize that only one of them was flying. The other one was being held by the collar and was being carried all the way. Su Zijuan and Jessica. They arrived at the scene where the jade dragon pillar appeared almost at the same time as Taoist and monster. They were also transferred to this place by the power released by the jade dragon pillar. They had been flying for a long time. The towering mountain peak instantly became Su Zijuan's target. She speculated that not only her, but also all the people present at that time were transferred to this place. Therefore, instead of wasting time to find them, it was better to fly towards this obvious target. Perhaps they would meet it. However, Su Zijuan didn't expect that they couldn't fly over this mountain peak. TSK, we can only walk on the ground. What a waste of time. Su Zijuan was quite unhappy. She preferred simple, rough, and huge things. Master, there seems to be something over there. Suddenly, Jessica pointed to the front left. Su Zijuan followed her finger and looked over. Then she frowned and flew over with Jessica in her hand. The airflow dispersed the clouds, revealing a faintly discernible cyan light in the clouds. Soon they approached the cyan light. What's this? Jessica looked at the light with astonishment. A sword! It was indeed a sword. The sword looked quite ancient and didn't seem to be made with modern craftsmanship. It stood vertically in the sky and hid in the clouds. It seemed to have been there for a long time. Su Zijuan stretched out her hand to grab the hilt of the ancient sword. However, the moment her palm touched the hilt, the ancient sword suddenly trembled. Then Su Zijuan withdrew her hand as fast as lightning. Jessica couldn't help but widen her eyes. At this moment, her powerful master's palm was covered with blood. There were dozens of wounds on her palm. Su Zijuan looked down at her injured palm and was stunned for a moment. What a sharp sword intent. Interesting. After saying that, Su Zijuan sneered. Her bloody palm healed at a terrifying speed. After that, Su Zijuan reached out to grab the ancient sword again. But this time, Su Zijuan's palm was also covered with a layer of dark red demonic power. When she grasped the hilt of the ancient sword again, the ancient sword trembled again. But this time, Su Zijuan didn't let it go. How can a mere ancient sword compare to the Xianyuan sword? Be quiet! However, not only did his words fail to calm the ancient sword down, it even provoked its ferocity. At this moment, a green light flashed on the blade of the ancient sword. Then numerous sword qi shot out from the blade and flew away indiscriminately. Su Zijuan was slightly shocked. For a moment, she couldn't hold her palm firmly and was bounced off by the ancient sword again. Master! At the same time, Jessica screamed. Su Zijuan looked back and saw several deep wounds on Jessica's body by the sword qi released by the ancient sword. Tut! Su Zijuan clicked her tongue and pulled Jessica back quickly. At the same time, a crimson light cover emerged from her body and covered her and Jessica. The sword qi stopped after releasing for a while. At this moment, the ancient sword quieted down. The sword qi around it didn't dissipate. The sword qi turned into the shape of a lotus and protected the ancient sword in the center. It seemed that the pure demonic power couldn't do anything to the ancient sword. Su Zijuan frowned. She could feel that the sword qi released a wisp of sword essence. It was not a murderous intent, but a kind of arrogance. There's arrogance in the sword. It seems that your master isn't an ordinary person. Su Zijuan heaved a sigh of relief. She liked the ancient sword more, but your master abandoned you here. What are you waiting for? No matter who your master is, I'm not much worse than him. Taking a deep breath, Su Zijuan grabbed the ancient sword again. But this time it wasn't demonic power that covered her hand, but a strange power that frightened Jessica. But her master seemed to be struggling to use this power. Jessica could see Su Zijuan's solemn expression and her slightly contracted pupils. Jessica was clear that she was suffering from some kind of pain. At this moment, Su Zijuan's hand passed through the green lotus without any resistance and once again grasped the ancient sword's hilt. I'm the rightful inheritor of Kelowna's Xianyuan sword, the doppelganger of Kelowna's Xianyuan sword. I'm the head of all swords in the world. Bow down and submit to me. The ancient sword vibrated again, making a buzzing sound. It wasn't like a sad cry, but a war song. It didn't submit to her. Su Zijuan couldn't believe it, but at the same time, it aroused her competitive spirit. At this moment, she resisted the repulsion of the Yellow King's power to Ba's body and grasped the handle of the ancient sword tightly. Jessica, hide behind me, Su Zijuan shouted. Jessica quivered and hugged Su Zijuan's body tightly, turning behind her. At this moment, the sword qi was like a storm. Thousands of sword qi burst out and swept across the sky, dispersing the clouds in the sky instantly. Storm. It was like being in the storm of sword qi. At this moment, Su Zijuan was struggling to hold on. It was mostly due to the counterattack of the two forces that didn't like each other. The sound of the ancient sword became louder and louder. At this moment, a loud clang was heard. The ancient sword broke away from Su Zijuan's hand and rushed to the ground in a flash. Master? Where did it go? Jessica clearly felt the slight trembling of Su Zijuan's arm. Su Zijuan lowered her head, frowning and saying nothing. I feel a sense of urgency and excitement, Su Zijuan muttered. Maybe its master is summoning it. I'd like to see who its master is with such an arrogant sword. After saying that, Su Zijuan turned over, grabbing Jessica's collar and falling to the ground rapidly. As far as the eye could see, half of the huge stone forest had probably been destroyed. It was unknown if its original maze-like formation could still be preserved. But this wasn't the most important thing. Wang Hu thought. The huge and angular gauntlet was now full of cracks. They were like decorative patterns, giving the gauntlet a broken beauty. In fact, it was broken. What caused Wang Hu to be in a state of doubting life was that, apart from the third stage power that he said he did not want to use, he, who had already gone all out, had been knocked down to the ground. He had been easily knocked down. Not only was the inherited secret treasure of the White Tiger clan, the white Tiger King armor broken, but his bones were also aching faintly. Every muscle in his body seemed to be crying out in protest. Wang, who felt like a car that was about to be scrapped, but still forced himself to participate in a rally race. As a result, he knelt in the middle of the race and emitted thick smoke. He was lying on the ground. Above his head was a small figure that was so powerful that it was almost like a cheat. Behind her, there was an endless stream of thunderballs. Not far from him was the woman in white who was equally matched with him. She was also struggling, but she wasn't knocked down to the ground like him. She could barely walk on the battlefield. From this point of view, this woman in white seemed to be a little stronger than him. In this short period of time, Wang, who suffered several blows in succession, this made him wonder if he, who was known as the most outstanding genius of the 4 heavenly spirit clans in the past 1,000 years, was actually a little exaggerated after defeating the strongest of the other 3 clans of the 4 heavenly spirit clans? Or was it actually because the 4 heavenly spirit clans were generally not strong enough? Legend had it that when the demon clan was still alive, every powerful demon clan who could transform into a divine beast could move mountains and fill seas. Cough, cough. Wang, who coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of pus and blood. Maybe it was because of his self-esteem, or maybe it was because of his unwillingness to admit defeat that was hidden in his temperament. He supported his leg bones that were almost shattered and forced himself to stand up. The movement that was too forced caused the white Tiger King armor, which was originally broken and could only be barely glued together, to shatter and scatter from his arms in an instant. Wang, who stared at the old ghost who stayed out of the battle, he felt that this old ghost was really repulsive. He really wanted to punch him in the face and cover his face with mud. Third, madam, just admit your mistake obediently. For the sake of our former sect mates, as long as you kneel down and admit your mistake to me, and massage my shoulders and legs, I can consider letting you go. The voice that was so despicable that it penetrated the bone marrow floated to the battlefield at this time. The so-called villain who got his way was probably like this. However, wasn't this old ghost too unambitious? Was it enough to just massage his shoulders and legs? Wang Hu frowned, but that terrifying little girl was completely obedient to this old ghost. It was really difficult to deal with her. Tei Yinzi, you never change. The woman in white stopped at this time. Her finger moved, and a green sword light instantly cut open a thunderball. However, she knew that Gaia in front of her seemed to have an endless source of energy. The power of these thunderballs could be seen from the fact that they could directly destroy the white Tiger King armor. However, her magic power was rapidly consumed every minute and every second. Defeat was only a matter of time, and the opponent probably hadn't used all his strength yet. This seemed to be Tei Yinzi's order to capture and not destroy, or something like that. Little junior sister, after so many years, you still have this face. Tei Yinzi shook his head at this time and suddenly said angrily, "What right do you have to teach me? I am the senior brother. Gaia, teach this little girl a good lesson for me." Tei Yinzi, have you forgotten that I am now your boss's customer? You dare to touch me? The woman in white suddenly sneered at this time. This immediately made Tei Yinzi's heart rise. She had indeed bought 2 years of time to stay in the club. She had also temporarily acted as a maid for a period of time, and in any case, she had served the boss before. Based on his boss's stubborn nature of remembering old friendships, what if Tei Yinzi's face was gloomy and uncertain? But Gaia directly executed the order after receiving it without any hesitation. At this moment, the lightning balls suddenly elongated. They actually transformed from spheres into the shape of spears. At this time, countless thunder spears floated behind Gaia. Spears had penetrative properties. If one was hit by one, it wouldn't feel good. Don't kill her. Just teach him a lesson. Tei Yinzi, whose face was gloomy, suddenly added, "Damn it, if you lie on the bed for 2 years, the deal will be done, right?" Gaia's thunder spears had already shot out. It was like a once-in-a-hundred-year meteor shower. but this time it was a golden meteor shower. The thunder spears easily destroyed the sword light that the woman in white shot out. The woman in white bitterly held on for 10 seconds before her left shoulder was pierced by a thunder spear. In the next moment, her arms and legs were also pierced by a thunder spear. The lightning that poured into her body exploded on her body. Her usually cold face now revealed a painful expression. After a round of lightning spears, the white-clothed woman was already covered in cuts and bruises. But behind Gaia, those thunder spears once again appeared as if they were endless. This made the woman in white feel a sense of despair. The woman in white held her chest and coughed out a mouthful of pus and blood. She half knelt on the ground. Tainzi glanced at her and opened his mouth. His expression changed slightly, but he gritted his teeth and looked at Gaia. Capture her. Understood. A colorful ribbon that had easily tied up Wang, who shot out from Gaia's side. It was not only aimed at the woman in white, but also at Wang, who struggled for a while before giving up. He only stared at Tainzi with a pair of gloomy eyes. The Tiger King tattoo on his body gradually changed color, and his pupils gradually became vertical slits on the other side. The injured woman in white was also firmly tied up by the colorful ribbon. She gritted her teeth and looked coldly at Tainzi. Shaosher. Tainzi snorted coldly, but he did not dare to look at the woman in white. He could only look away. Bitch, I advise you to quickly apologize to me. But at this moment, a green light suddenly shot down from the sky. The green light that shot down directly cut off the connection between the colorful ribbon and Gaia. An ancient sword was floating vertically above the ground, letting out a soft sword hum. At the same time, the woman in white and Tainzi's eyes were locked on the ancient sword. This is not. Tainzi's face was filled with horror. He subconsciously took a few steps forward and opened his eyes. His voice trembled. This is not Masters. Ching, ching. Chapter 1060. The name of the sword was Green Lotus Sword Song. Floating in the air, it approached Qin Chiyu bit by bit. The slightly trembling blade, the light humming sound, and the wisp of sky-blue sword light were like a guide, making Qin Chiyu's almost dried-up spiritual power surge out from her limbs and bones bit by bit. She was still injured, but the sword intent obtained from the secret swordsmanship of the sect was resonated. Qin Chiyu instinctively grasped the hilt of the Green Lotus sword song. Clang! The sound of the sword rang from all directions. At the same time, wisps of cyan smoke suddenly blew up from the surroundings. The soft cyan smoke scattered, with Qin Chiyu as the center, and drifted hundreds of meters away. Cut! The cyan smoke was like the sharpest blade, cutting everything with a light stroke. It wasn't a straight cut, because the cyan smoke was so soft and curved like a line. A colorful light shield suddenly appeared in front of Tainzi, blocking the cyan smoke outside. But the cyan smoke and the light shield collided, giving out a fierce chi-chi sound. Tainzi suddenly quivered. Gaia's appearance had changed. Pieces of colorful light wings, as thin as cicada's wings, spread out from her back, and the 6 light wings swayed gently like willow catkins. Her gorgeous dress began to shrink, sticking close to her skin and transforming into a tight-fitting battle suit. Pitch-black sharp blades shot out from her wrists, and her legs turned into streamlined armor. Her purple pupils now had numerous overlapping diamond-shaped patterns. Discovered, danger, Gaia lightly spat out such words. Tainzi was stunned. Though he had only seen Gaia twice, Gaia's appearance now was obviously abnormal. For example, she became serious. But Green Lotus Sword Song, Master Sword. At this moment, Qin Chiyu looked at the Green Lotus Sword Song in her hand. There was a kind of joy and also a kind of sadness. The moment she held the sword hilt, it rushed into her spirit. She seemed to have heard a man's murmur at this moment. Qin Chiyu clenched her teeth, waving the sword lightly. The The cyan smoke that spread out seemed to be guided back to the sword blade. As for the huge stalagmites within 100 meters, they had already been cut into pieces one by one and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Gaia moved at this moment. With a flap of the light wings, Gaia, who was waving the sword in both hands, shot out like a bullet. The speed was so fast that Qin Chiyu lost sight of Gaia instantly. But at this moment, the green lotus sword song in her hand transmitted a strange pulling force, which pulled Qin Chiyu's arm upwards. Bang! That was the collision between the sword blade on Gaia's wrist and the green lotus sword song. A visible ripple spread out from the collision. So heavy! Qin Chiyu felt numb in her hands. Her fingers almost loosened. She couldn't hold of the green lotus sword song anymore. The heavy impact force even made Qin Chiyu's legs slightly bend down. If this continued, even if the green lotus sword song could deal with Gaia, her body wouldn't be able to bear it first. Master's sword appeared here. Then what about Master? She couldn't waste time here. Qin Chiyu calculated quickly in her mind. Gaia, stop! Unexpectedly at this moment, to Qin Chiyu's surprise, Tai Yinzi issued such an order to Gaia. After receiving the order, Gaia retreated to mid-air. However, she was still in her combat state. Danger source discovered, recommended to be removed. Why do you have so much to say? I told you to stop, so stop! Tai Yinzi angrily shouted at Gaia. Gaia's purple pupils flashed, locking onto the green lotus sword song again. Danger source discovered, recommended to be removed again. Respected secondary authority holder, that's my master's sword. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Obviously, the latter part of the sentence kill you was impossible. But Tai Yinzi's face was gloomy, and the despicable expression on his face was gone. Qin Chiyu frowned at this moment. Gaia's eyes locked onto Tai Yinzi, but Tai Yinzi didn't back off. After a long while, the light wings behind her spread out bit by bit. She put on her gorgeous dress again and floated down slowly. Tai Yinzi walked towards Qin Chiyu step by step with a gloomy face. Qin Chiyu looked at Tai Yinzi with a complicated expression. At this moment, Tai Yinzi finally arrived in front of Qin Chiyu. He suddenly knelt down on the ground, cupping his hands and kowtowing. Unfilial disciple, Tai Yinzi greets Master Sword. Dong dong dong, 3 kowtows. After that, Tai Yinzi stood up directly, but the gloomy expression on his face didn't fade away. Qin Chiyu's expression was complicated. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. Tai Yinzi heaved a sigh, asking in a deep voice, Sanyang, why is Master's sword here? I don't know. Qin Chiyu sighed, shaking her head. Green Lotus Sword Song seems to be attracted by the sword intent of the Green Lotus Sword Classic in my body. Tai Yinzi was silent at this moment. Seeing Qin Chiyu's expression changing several times, he gritted his teeth and said, that your master disappeared mysteriously and didn't come back. Later you expelled me. Even if I didn't accept it, I had nothing to say, since master appointed you as the school head. I won't deny it even if I don't accept it, but Qin Chiyu snorted, Master isn't here. You sneaked into Master's secret room and tried to steal the secret book. Of course I should expel you. Tai Yinzi shook his head. Let's not talk about our grudges first. Tell me, why Master disappeared that year? You sealed me for 500 years. Why don't you tell me the truth? Why did Green Lotus, Sword Song, suddenly appear here? You dare to say you don't know? Qin Chiyu smiled bitterly. I really don't know. Since I came to this place, I could feel a trace of Master's sword intent at all times, but I couldn't find any trace of Master when I went missing. As for Green Lotus Sword Song, I don't know either. It has always been here. Green Lotus Sword Song is Master's life and dual cultivation sword. How could he leave Green Lotus Sword Song behind? Tai Yinzi's expression changed slightly. Could it be that Master? Tai Yinzi recalled what Gaia said. Gaia seemed to have discovered something unusual about the appearance of Green Lotus Sword Song. Or Gaia had met Green Lotus Sword Song before and might have even fought with him or fought with his master. Master might even be in the battle with Gaia. Tainzi suddenly looked at Gaia with a gloomy face. Gaia, tell me honestly, did you fight with the owner of this sword? Where is he? Unable to detect any trace of life within the range of activity. Result determined as dead or left. You really? Tainzi clenched his teeth, looking at Gaia with eyes full of killing intent. You better not let me know that you harmed my master. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if I have to give up my job as an emissary. Unable to detect any trace of life within the range of activity. Result determined as dead or left. You idiot! Tainzi scolded. Tell me, why did you fight with my master? This information is missing from the memory bank. Unable to answer. Damn it! Tainzi clenched his teeth. You really have a problem. Is your brain damaged? Unexpectedly, Qin Chiyu suddenly asked, This is Peng Lai? Tainzi looked at Qin Chiyu with a surprised expression. Qin Chiyu said, Master, he said he found Peng Lai and would come back after a trip, but he never came back. That's all I know. This place is the Peng Lai treasure house, Gaia said slowly. All life forms that enter the Peng Lai treasure trove will automatically obtain the right to purchase any item in the Peng Lai treasure trove. Hearing Gaia's words, Qin Chiyu frowned. This place is really similar to the club, but she looked at Tainzi again, but Tainzi said impatiently, Don't ask me. I don't know. I've been an emissary for less than a year, so I don't know a lot of things. But here, my connection with the boss is cut off. I don't know if I'm restricted or this place can block the boss's sense to me. Didn't you buy a human from a shop? You should know better than me. This place is incompatible with the place where you work, but it's also similar. It's weird, I can't explain it clearly. Qin Chiyu shook her head. But since Master's Green Lotus Sword Song appeared here, there might be other clues about Master here. What are you going to do? What else can I do, of course? A streak of rapidly falling red light suddenly interrupted Tainzi's words. After the red light stopped, a 13 or 14-year-old girl wearing a cap appeared in front of everyone. She was carrying a 20-year-old foreign woman with a voluptuous figure, Su Zijuan and Jessica. After landing, Su Zijuan saw the Green Lotus Sword Song in Qin Chiyu's hand at first sight. Then she looked around. Her eyes soon landed on Tainzi, who was standing beside Qin Chiyu. Black soul. Su Zijuan frowned, but her eyes didn't stay for too long. Instead, she started to look around. After glancing at Gaia, Su Zijuan's eyes paused for a short while, and her face became more dignified. After that, her eyes turned to Wang Hu. At this moment, Wang Hu was tied up by colorful light ribbons, lying on the ground. Su Zijuan opened her mouth in surprise. Emperor White Talisman, why are you here? By the way, you were also transferred, but you don't seem to be in a good condition. Wang Hu. Huang White Talisman's current condition was indeed abnormal. Lying on the ground, he hadn't spoken for a long time. He couldn't feel any demonic power from his body, but the Tiger King marks on his body had unknowingly turned golden. At the same time, his vertical pupils had mutated into silver. At this moment, Huang White Talisman stood up slowly like floating. His demonic power still couldn't be felt. However, the belt of light around him had been broken free. Afterwards, an enormous wave of demonic energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted from Huang Baifu's body. That demonic power was like a substance, turning into a huge demonic power light beam, soaring to the sky. And in this light beam, Huang White Talisman's pupils had completely turned silver. White Tiger Divine Beast Transformation. Qin Chiyu became more dignified. This level is already a high-level divine beast transformation. I didn't expect that a descendant of White Tiger could reach this level in this era. It seems that I've underestimated him. White demonic power wrapped around Huang White Talisman's body like lightning. He walked towards Gaia step by step. His target was Gaia. At this moment, Su Zijuan held Jessica's hand and stepped back. Master, do you know this guy? Su Zijuan said indifferently. He's called Huang White Talisman, the young master of White Tiger Clan in Kelowna. Though he's the young master, he's already ruled all his clansmen. Speaking of which, he's the illegitimate son of the former clan leader, but his White Tiger bloodline is very strong. But his divine beast transformation isn't very good. It's unstable and he'll lose his mind. Seems very powerful. Jessica was shocked. She had seen more and more transcendence during this period, but she still couldn't have a direct understanding of this complicated time. Su Zijuan didn't say anything. She pulled Jessica back a little. The situation is unclear. We don't know where these guys come from. Let's wait and see. Huang Baifu has lost control twice. The first time he crippled his own father. The second time he beat up the entire Green Dragon tribe until they couldn't raise their heads. The previous Green Dragon tribe leader is still hanging on the pillar of shame and has abdicated. Su Zijuan shrugged, saying, now that the old woman isn't here, if we want to stop him, we have to wait for him to stop. I don't like to do this kind of strenuous and unrewarding thing. It was really her master's style. Jessica sighed, but she still hid behind Su Zijuan. She wasn't even a shrimp in this battle. Specks of light emerged from the bodies of the living dead in the tomb. They scattered in the tomb, illuminating the surroundings. Luochio stretched out his hand. A faint light spot fell into his palm and disappeared like melting snow. Luochio smiled gently. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind. With her hands folded in front of her and her head slightly lowered, Miss Servant Girl walked straight to him. Behind Yu Yi, Taisetsu was looking around curiously. Master. Boss. Luochio smiled, looking at Taisetsu. You're in good spirits. Taisetsu smiled happily, then shrugged his head. As long as you don't throw me back to that damn place, I'll always be in good spirits. Luochio chuckled. Master, you're in a good mood. Yu Yi said softly. Then she walked to Luochio, taking out a handkerchief and wiping Luochio's palm carefully. It seemed that there was some dust on it because of the terracotta army. I've heard a lot of interesting stories, Luochio said, looking up at the fluorescent light in the tomb and whispering. The last light before it dissipates is weak, but it's also very tenacious. And those living dead finally turned into dust, falling down one by one, purified. Yu Yi said softly, Master, you've spent too much time. It doesn't matter, it's not really a waste. Luochio said softly, Besides, I just want you to see this scene. Isn't it beautiful? The fluorescent spots rose. The scene in front of them was like a firefly colony by the river in summer. It was so magnificent that people couldn't help but quiet down. Taisetsu sighed, thinking that he'd better go to the crevice to fight small monsters. This dog food would kill him. Chapter 1061. Wang Hu. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call him Huang Baifu now. Huang Baifu, who had completely activated the divine beast bloodline in his body, shot out like a cannonball. He ignored everyone else and threw a punch at Gaia. The rainbow-colored light shield had opened up before the fist came back. When Huang Baifu's fist landed on the rainbow-colored light shield, the seemingly soft layer of light sunk deep into it. At this moment, Huang Baifu let out a low roar of unknown meaning. His fist kept attacking Gaia's colorful light shield. His entire arm had sunk into the colorful light shield. The fist was about to break through the colorful light shield and hit Gaia's body. Gaia's purple pupils suddenly flickered. The battle form that had changed after Green Lotus Sword Song appeared again. When the colorful light wings spread out again, the light shield was also broken by Huang Baifu. Seeing that Huang Baifu's fierce fist was about to hit Gaia's face, Gaia waved his arm and blocked Huang Baifu's fist with his palm. The majestic demonic power was like a propeller pushing Huang Baifu's body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a light wave under the eruption of demonic power. Gaia stretched out his hand, and the dense lightning spears appeared again, like an inexhaustible treasure. The lightning spears shot out one after another. But at this moment, a green light suddenly shot over. It was Green Lotus Sword Song in Chin Chiyu's hand. At this moment, Green Lotus Sword Song broke away from Chin Chiyu's hand and stabbed towards Gaia without saying anything. Moreover, the angle of Green Lotus Sword Song's attack was extremely tricky. Gaia seemed to have sensed it. He waved his other hand at lightning speed. But Green Lotus Sword Song was still faster. The green light pierced through Gaia's body and soared into the sky. After Green Lotus Sword Song's sneak attack succeeded, Gaia's palm that blocked Huang Baifu's fist seemed to tremble. Roar! A huge roar came from Huang Baifu's mouth. His fist finally broke through Gaia's palm and hit Gaia's body. Gaia's body flew backward, but Huang Baifu didn't stop. His legs suddenly bent, and then there was a sonic boom. Huang Baifu actually caught up with Gaia, who was flying backward. Countless fist shadows bombarded Gaia's body. The scene made Taiyinzi dumbfounded. He subconsciously glanced at Green Lotus Sword Song, which had returned to Chin Chiyu's hand, and his expression was a bit strange. "Master, when did your sword learn how to play tricks on people?" Even so, it was an undeniable fact that Huang Baifu had beaten up Gaia. At this moment, in Taiyinzi's eyes, Huang Baifu was no longer the Qingtaro who liked to pose. He was clearly a red-haired man who liked to wear pants with a belt. He had completely turned into a beast. Boom! Huang Baifu put his palms together and smashed Gaia's body like a heavy hammer. Gaia's body directly fell to the ground. The beating was like a wave, surging in all directions, followed by countless cracks. This made Taiyinzi, Chin Chiyu, and Su Zijuan jump up and stay in the air, nervously watching this terrifying battle. The divine beast transformed Huang Baifu was like a never-ending battle machine. At this moment, he launched a crazy attack again, charging into the huge cloud of dust. Taiyinzi frowned. Gaia wouldn't be blown up by the divine beast transformed Huang Baifu, right? Gaia seemed to have some clues about his master's disappearance. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the cloud of dust. It was as thin as a pencil, and it streaked across the ground. After that, a miserable cry was heard. Chin Chiyu frowned and waved the Green Lotus Sword Song, causing a breeze to sweep away the dust on the ground. What? The one who turned pale with fright was Su Zijuan. As a spectator, she saw everything clearly because Chin Chiyu had cleared the obstacles. In the deep pit, Huang Baifu almost fell to the ground. The reason why he didn't fall down completely was that his hair was grabbed by Gaia's small hand. Huang Baifu's right arm had disappeared. It fell to a place not far away, and the wound on his right shoulder was dripping with blood. There was a blood stain on Gaia's face caused by the splashing of blood. Gaia's purple pupils flickered without any expression. She was completely still. Suddenly, Gaia swung her arm that was grabbing Huang Baifu's hair, and Huang Baifu was thrown into the slanting waves of the pit. At this moment, the golden tiger mark on Huang Baifu's body had disappeared, and his body was like mud. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. But Gaia wasn't in good condition. There was a very obvious wound on her chest, which was caused by the Green Lotus Sword Song. At this moment, Gaia slowly flew up into the air, still expressionless, but she suddenly flew towards Taiyinzi. The Green Lotus Sword Song waved Chin Chiyu's arm, making a defensive gesture, but Gaia stopped in front of Taiyinzi. Gaia's gaze swept over Taiyinzi. Her purple pupils shot out a ray of light, scanning Taiyinzi from top to bottom. Gaia. Taiyinzi frowned. He remembered that he had been scanned by Gaia once. Alien source possession rate 4. 571%. Eternal Kingdom citizen. Status met. Hidden command triggered. Command executed. What? Taiyinzi was stunned. But before he could figure out what had happened, The sharp blade on Gaia's arm suddenly pierced into his chest. Tae-Yinzi's eyes instantly widened in pain. What's wrong with this idiot? After that, the lightning from the sharp blade directly annihilated his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Tae-Yinzi lost his consciousness. The Green Lotus Sword Song lifted Qin-Chiyu's arm and chopped towards Gaia without any hesitation. But Gaia waved her arm and chopped back. Qin-Chiyu was no match for it, and her whole body was chopped to the ground. Gaia didn't seem to have the intention to pursue. She just lifted the unconscious Tae-Yinzi and flew away. After forcefully pushing away a huge rock on her body, Qin-Chiyu coughed out a mouthful of blood and stood up slowly. The Green Lotus Sword Song had already regained his silence. She frowned and looked at the direction Gaia flew away. Gaia seemed to be abnormal in the end. She actually took the initiative to attack Tae-Yinzi and took him away. She didn't know why. Behind the huge pit, two figures landed slowly. They landed at the place where Huang Baifu was thrown away by Gaia. They were the two girls who appeared after the Green Lotus Sword Song. Qin-Chiyu didn't say anything. She just stayed alert and looked at Su Zijuan and Jessica from afar. After landing, Jessica ran to Huang Baifu at once. She turned his body over carefully and checked his carotid artery. "Master, this guy is still alive," Jessica said quickly. Su Zijuan walked in at this moment. She glanced at Huang Baifu, whose broken arm was still bleeding, and frowned. She suddenly grabbed the air, and Huang Baifu's severed arm flew directly into Su Zijuan's hand. Jessica thought Su Zijuan was going to connect Huang Baifu's arm. Unexpectedly, Su Zijuan suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Use something to connect his blood." "What? This thing is very nutritious." Su Zijuan said naturally, "This guy has thick skin and flesh. It's not a big deal to bleed some blood. Hurry up, connect as much as you can. This guy has turned into a divine beast to such an extent. His white tiger bloodline is very strong. The blood of the 4 spirits of the sky is second only to the blood of Shinryu. Then, do we need to draw the blood from his arm too?" Jessica asked with a weird expression. Su Zijuan said, "Take it first. When he needs it, we'll use his arm to trick him again." Jessica looked at her master and kept silent. She felt that her mysterious and cold image seemed to have disappeared after she was saved by her master in the Middle East at this moment. Huang Baifu's right arm disappeared without knowing how Su Zijuan operated it. After that, Su Zijuan threw a bamboo tube to Jessica and asked her to squeeze Huang Baifu's blood out. Actually, the bleeding speed of Huang Baifu's wound had slowed down. This body seemed to have a strong self-healing ability. Jessica hurriedly used a container to collect the blood. Su Zijuan jumped up and landed in front of Qin-Chiyu. Su Zijuan sized up Green Lotus sword again. "Is this your sword?" Qin-Chiyu frowned. Green Lotus sword drew a sword flower and then put it behind his back. "Don't be nervous," Su Zijuan said indifferently. "I thought this sword didn't have an owner. I just like it a bit. Since it has an owner, I won't take it away casually. Of course, if you want to give it to me or sell it to me, it's another matter." Where did you meet it?" Qin-Chiyu sized up Su Zijuan. This girl gave her a sense of danger, and Green Lotus sword also gave her a vague hostility. "In the sky." Su Zijuan shrugged. It seemed to have stayed in the sky for a long time. Qin-Chiyu's face suddenly became anxious. Is there anything around it?" "Nothing except for white clouds." Su Zijuan squinted at Qin-Chiyu, saying suddenly, "This sword suddenly flew out and fell into your hand. It seemed to be guided by you. But from your tone, are you saying that you're not the owner of this sword?" She still didn't restrain her desire to get it. Qin-Chiyu said indifferently, "This is my master's sword. It was guided by my sword intent, so it found its way to me automatically. It's the life of my master's sword and others can't touch it." This sword is really arrogant. Su Zijuan nodded approvingly. It seems that only people with the same bloodline can carry it. Forget it. Since it's your master's, it's natural for him to pass it to his disciple. Just take it, as I didn't say anything. Then where's your master? Su Zijuan's interest in this sword immediately shifted to its owner. This sword didn't yield under the might of Kelowna's Xianyuan sword. Instead, it had a kind of arrogance, which really made Su Zijuan very curious about its owner. In the past hundreds of years in Kelowna, she had never heard of such a swordsman. Could it be a cultivator from a long time ago? He's missing. I came here just to find some clues about him. Qin Chiyu shook her head. Su Zijuan asked curiously, May I ask who your master is? Qin Chiyu now had an admiring look on her face. She said softly, People call him Banished Immortal, or Householder Qing Lian. Tai Bai Sword Immortal. Su Zijuan opened her mouth slightly. It's him! As she said, Su Zijuan looked at Qin Chiyu up and down. It's said that Tai Bai Sword Immortal once took in a female disciple, whose original body was a fairy fox. Later on, she gave up her demon nature and became a human. Is that human you? Qin Chiyu frowned, as if she didn't want others to talk about her past. Su Zijuan didn't care about Qin Chiyu's displeasure. She glanced at the ancient sword behind her and smiled. So it's the famous Green Lotus sword song. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're just like your master. Arrogant because of your talent. Qin Chiyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Su Zijuan was always sharp-tongued, and this time she was no exception. That's the evaluation of people in the world, and I'm not wrong. But if you want to protect your master's dignity, I won't stop you. But how much strength do you have left? Her physical strength and magical power were dried up, and she was seriously injured by Gaia. Now she could barely stand. Take it. Su Zijuan turned her palm, and a bottle was thrown to Qin Chiyu. Recover first. I don't know if that weird thing will come again. Qin Chiyu couldn't figure out Su Zijuan's capricious character, so she asked with doubt, You are? Me? Su Zijuan paused for a moment, then chuckled. I'm just a living dead. Qin Chiyu judged the current situation quickly, then sat down with her legs crossed and opened the bottle. There was some liquid with a slight smell of blood inside. Qin Chiyu frowned, raised her head and drank it, then began to regulate her breath. Seeing Qin Chiyu begin to regulate her breath, Su Zijuan squinted her eyes at the white neck exposed from her collar. At this moment, Jessica ran over. Master, Huang Baifu's wound has stopped bleeding, but he hasn't woken up yet. Oh, then throw him away. Saying this, Su Zijuan waved her hand, and a bloody demon aura rushed out, dragging Huang Baifu's body up. The bloody demon aura brought Huang Baifu's body up to the sky, and then turned into a huge claw. Then it actually threw Huang Baifu away. No one knew where he was thrown to. Su Zijuan just clapped her hands, saying happily, Well, now he won't know what happened. A crack suddenly appeared in the quiet mountain valley. After that, Luocho came in first, followed by Yuyi and finally Taisetsu. After coming in, Taisetsu started to look around. This was the place he wanted to come, according to the contents of the old account book you showed him. The contents were very strange, asking the club to send a high-level black soul envoy to this place. And then? Taisetsu looked at Yuyi, asking curiously, What should I do next? Yi shook her head. The contents are just to send the high-level black soul envoy here. I don't know what will happen next. Okay, I always feel that I'll be cheated, Taisetsu muttered. Suddenly, Taisetsu looked up at the sky. Boss, is there something flying over there? Oh, Luocho looked up curiously. The black shadow in the sky became clearer and clearer, and then it fell to the ground. It fell to the ground in a painful way. Taisetsu uttered a cry. Chapter 1062. Although the viewing time had stopped, the two Gaias in the Myriad Essence pool didn't stop printing. Instead, they were almost done. Jiang's eyes couldn't help but blur, not because of Gaia's almost perfect face, but because of the technology behind her creation. This seemed to have rekindled Jiang's passion for science. After the first Gaia was printed, a conveyor belt-like thing came out of the myriad essence pool and sent the printed Gaia out. Even the clothes were printed, but it was made of a strange material similar to a combat suit. What exactly was the reassembly of the pool? Even though Jiang's was very curious, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get more information from the control panel. Except for the folder that seemed to be Gaia's memories, he couldn't understand anything else. He didn't even have a way to copy the information. Jiang's could only use his memory to memorize everything he saw. At this time, the first printed Gaia had left the pool. But this new body didn't move. Jiang's glanced at Gaia, who brought him here, and found that she still had her head down, completely in a standby state. Jiang's gritted his teeth, mustered up his courage, and walked in front of the first printed Gaia, calling it twice, but there was no response. The newly printed Gaia's skin was abnormally pale, unlike the Gaia that led the way. If one did not talk to it, it would be no different from a real person. It looked like a man-made thing, like a figurine without any color. But when Jiang's approached, a light screen popped out in front of the newly printed Gaia. There were many things that Jiang's couldn't understand, but he guessed that it was something like parameter settings. In the center was a six-dimensional picture, which gave Jiang's a strange sense of déjà vu. According to the normal way of thinking, this was like a newly assembled body. All the parameters were in zero state and needed to be manually adjusted. 6 types of ability settings. But what were the 6 types of ability? The simplest was physical strength, 5 senses, thinking speed, and so on. But at this time, the Gaia that led the way suddenly raised her head. This slight movement startled Jiang's. He quickly moved away from the 2 printed new Gaias that he was observing, as if he was afraid that someone would buy them for him. Hidden command. Highest priority. AI usage is too high. Split recovery, Jiang's. The body of the Gaia, suddenly dissipated and disappeared in front of Jiang's. The viewing time still didn't move. At this time, the huge room where the myriad essence pool was located was so quiet that it felt strange. Jiang's sighed. Now that Gaia had left, Jiang's felt like he was completely trapped in the myriad essence pool's room. He looked at the interface of the newly printed Gaia and couldn't help but frown. If it was set, would this Gaia move? He began to extend his finger to the 6-dimensional picture on the interface and carefully observed the changes of Gaia. But when Jiang's finger made a tentative stroke, the Gaia in front of him suddenly opened her eyes. This action startled Jiang's, and his finger started to stroke a single parameter. At this moment, Jiang's was frantically trying to pull back some of the parameters. He realized that there was a limit to the numerical values of the 6-dimensional diagram, and it was impossible to achieve the full value of all 6 parameters. Could it be because of the original design of the body? But at this time, the interface kept popping up, and he couldn't pull back the full value. Jiang scratched his head. He felt like he had made a mistake. Suddenly, Gaia moved. Her pale skin was dyed white and gradually became plump. At the same time, the activated Gaia suddenly reached out her hand. Jiang's felt a huge force suddenly appear, pushing his body and slamming into the wall. The wall's material was extremely hard, and there wasn't a human shape when he slammed into it. Naturally, Jiang felt like his bones had completely fallen apart. He didn't fall from the wall, but there was a force that pressed his body against the wall. Jiang cursed inwardly. Gaia slowly walked to the white pillar and pressed down, checking lack of defense, searching for countermeasures. Rule 47. When the main body can't respond, mass-produced combat Gaia can make its own judgment. Replenishing soldiers. Myriad pool activated. Maximizing combat type. Prepare for war. In the huge myriad essence pool, many printing arms suddenly rushed out. It was a spectacular sight. After that, they were like needles in a sewing workshop, neatly performing the same task, printing Gaia. At this moment, Jiang Zhua, who was pressed against the wall, saw this scene and entered a bad state. Who can tell me what's that's? Preparing for battle? Looking at the myriad pool, there were more than 50 Gaias printing at the same time. Jiang Zhua felt a sense of fear. Jiang Zhua didn't know how many Gaias could be maximized. But based on the fact that these Gaias were all of the same combat power, even if this wave of 50 Gaias wouldn't continue, it was already very scary. What did I do? The advantage of the Black Soul Envoy was that if it wasn't fatal, it would heal quickly. This was why Taiyinzi could still be alive after taking so many of Huang Baifu's tyrant punches. But when he woke up, he didn't understand his own situation. To be more precise, he was trapped in a giant crystal. His body wasn't fixed because the crystal was hollow. But this reminded Taiyinzi of the feeling of being sealed for 500 years, and it was extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, in front of him, there was a similar crystal. In this crystal, Taiyinzi could faintly see a ball of golden light floating inside. In addition, it wasn't a big space, but the only thing Taiyinzi could recognize was Gaia standing in the middle of two crystals. And in front of Gaia, there was a white cylinder. Gaia placed her palm on the cylinder. F***CK. Why are you trapping me? Taiyinzi used his fist to hit the crystal. He didn't even know if his voice could be transmitted out. Gaia, let me out. Refused, so it could be transmitted out, the sound. No, now wasn't the time to care about this detail. Gaia, Grandpa Taoist, as a secondary authority, I order you to let me out. Taiyinzi screamed in the crystal. Refused. Hidden orders are superior to all authority orders. Gaia, execute. F***CK. You retard. Did I really damage your brain? Taiyinzi used more strength to hit the interior of the crystal. At this time, the crystal started to glow faintly. At the same time, the crystal opposite him emitted the same glow. Taiyinzi had an ominous premonition. Gaia, what are you doing to me? Executing hidden orders and planting the host's consciousness, helping the host regain the body of a citizen of eternal kingdom. Awakening. Gaia's palm slowly pressed down the white pillar. And at this time, Taiyinzi suddenly felt suction force. It wasn't directed at his body, it was directed at his thoughts, his soul. He felt as though his soul was being extracted. Stop! 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 Very quickly, Taiyinzi's action of hammering the inside of the crystal stopped. He fell down weakly and looked at the abnormal Gaia and the flickering golden ball of light on the other crystal in front of him. At this moment, Taiyinzi suddenly thought, could it be that the thing in the opposite crystal planned to take over this body of his? Master. Gaia's master. Punglai Treasure Vault's master? Old Taoist, what did I do? Since Daz was here, it was naturally not Miss Maid's turn to check on the man with a broken arm who fell from the sky. Daz was also very good at observing people's expressions. If the boss's hand was stained with dust, the maid had to wipe it before she could feel at ease. The possibility of letting her touch this man with a broken arm of unknown origin was very slim, especially when he was at the scene. There are still bloodstains on the broken arm, which should have dried not long ago, but his wound has healed. Taisetsu turned the man over and pinched his arm. While his muscles are like steel, I'm afraid he is very strong. Boss, do you want to save him? Move over there first. Luaccio pointed to a tree not far away. Taisetsu nodded, carrying the man with a broken arm on his back and walking towards the tree. Yu looked at Taisetsu's diligent appearance, saying softly, he is really willing to do these things, not forcing himself at all. Luaccio remembered the days when he met Taisetsu in his hometown. This man had long passed his young and frivolous years. 10 years in prison made him simple and introverted. Luaccio smiled slowly, probably because of his character. I just don't know what he will encounter next. Yu said softly beside her master. The content of the deal is to send the high-level Black Soul Envoy here. so we don't know what will happen. But since the deal has been signed, the risk should have been considered during the negotiation, which is why the payment was so high. Master, you don't have to worry. Taisetsu has survived in the crack of the dimension for a long time, and the power of the Zhanlu sword is almost fully activated. Even if he encounters any danger, he should be able to deal with it. Luocio nodded and smiled. That's true. In order to deal with this deal, we sent him to the crack. Yi also chuckled, but I'm afraid Daz didn't expect that it was Master's idea to throw him into the crack. He probably just thought that number 18 was more casual. However, he will understand your painstaking efforts in the future. Don't put a hat on me. Luocio shook his head and walked towards the tree. When Luocio and Yi arrived at the tree, they saw that the man with a broken arm was covered with some leaves. It must have been Taisetsu's doing. At this moment, Taisetsu was pinching the man's philtrum point. This technique was probably out of habit, but it was not effective. Wake him up, Luocio ordered casually. Yi nodded and walked over. Taisetsu quickly moved aside. Miss Maid put on a pair of white stockings and tapped the broken-armed man's forehead with her finger. Yi tapped lightly and paused for a few seconds, then withdrew her hand and left. The man with a broken arm suddenly opened his eyes like a drowning person waking up. He took a deep breath. He was awake. Huang Baifu's head felt like it was being pressed by a hydraulic press. He felt like his head was about to explode, making him feel dizzy. The moment he woke up, he saw 3 overlapping images. He looked at the 3 people in front of him and staggered to his feet with the help of a tree trunk. But he soon realized that his right arm was broken. Huang Baifu fell silent. He was not a person who could not take a blow. It was just that he had almost lost the memory of the 3rd stage of divine beast transformation. In the end, he still used that annoying power. But what was the result? That damn old man and that woman in white. Also, who were these 2 men and 1 woman in front of him? They did not look like people from the Taoist Association. Huang Baifu liked to talk with his fists, but he was a very observant person. Before he was transferred to this place, in the deep valley, Huang Baifu had already memorized the faces of the people from the Taoist Association. He searched his memory, but there were no unfamiliar faces among them. Are you feeling better? Luocio asked casually when he saw Huang Baifu rubbing his eyebrows. Huang Baifu put down his hand, and his vision gradually returned to normal. He frowned. What happened to me? You fell from the sky all of a sudden, Daz replied on his behalf at this moment. We are also curious about what happened to you. Fell from the sky? Could it be that when he was fighting with that thing, however, the wound on his broken arm had healed, and it was obviously not cut off just now? In fact, since Huang Baifu woke up, he could not feel his right arm at all, as if it had disappeared. If it was completely destroyed in the battle. Thinking of this, Huang Baifu's expression became gloomy. You are from this place? Since they did not exist in the Taoist Association, they could not be members of the monster clan. The people from the administration did not look like they were either. Then, could they be from this damn place? No, we also came from the outside and we just arrived. Luocio smiled politely. Came from the outside. Huang Baifu frowned at this time. The Taoist demons should be the first batch to come in. Then, those who came from the outside might be nameless individual cultivators who wander around Mount Tai and were not invited to the Penglai conference. Huang Baifu felt that he was very unlucky today. First, he met a shameless old man, then he met that thing, and then the woman in white. They were all very strong. Putting aside that strange thing, he had never heard of that woman in white before. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. This made Huang Baifu doubt his past achievements. Was it really because the 4 heavenly spirit tribes were not good enough this time? Huang Baifu shook his head secretly, thinking that he could not keep memorizing. If he met a few random people, they would be as strong as the woman in white. The monster power in his body was a little weak. At this time, he could only use the 1st stage of the divine beast transformation, But even if he did not, Huang Baifu was still a big monster in the monster clan. "You are very good. You saved me. I will repay your kindness," Huang Baifu said in a low voice. "When I go back, I will not treat you unfairly. I will reward you well. But before that, I am a little thirsty. Go and get me some water. I need a few followers for the time being. If you do well, you will have unimaginable benefits in the future." Daz felt something was wrong as he listened. He opened his mouth slightly when he heard the end of the conversation. Luocio did not have any reaction. Chapter 1063. "Mister, you seem to have a great background," the servant girl said with a smile. Looking at the servant girl's expression, Taisetsu had a bad feeling. As expected, the servant girl made a move. Actually, Huang Baifu was not stupid at all. At this moment, he did not really have the intention to take her in as his follower. He was just testing her. If she thought that he was the kind of person who was arrogant and rude, that would be the best. He did not believe that he was so unlucky, but he also understood that the world was unpredictable. This place was very strange. After Huang Baifu calmed down, he naturally had to be careful. Actually, wouldn't it be better to be polite and not provoke them? But in fact, Huang Baifu was more in agreement. People were far less wary of idiots and megalomaniacs than they were of a smiling tiger. Furthermore, Huang Baifu knew his own situation. He had been assembled into this appearance since birth. No matter what, he could not be an elegant gentleman. It was easier to look like a silly big black guy. "I'm Wang Hu, the personal guard of Huang Baifu, the young master of the White Tiger clan," Huang Baifu said in a low voice. "You saved me, so my young master will reward you well. You don't have to worry about that." Luocio heard the two words, White Tiger, and asked curiously, "White Tiger? The legendary White Tiger of the 4 celestial spirits?" Huang Baifu was stunned and frowned. There were very few transcendents in the divine prefecture who did not know about the White Tiger clan of the 4 heavenly spirits. Especially in the past 100 years, the White Tiger clan had suppressed the other 3 clans of the 4 heavenly spirits because of him. Where did these 3 fellows come from? Maybe they had some lucky chance and accidentally obtained the cultivation method in the marketplace, so they explored the cultivation method in the city. In reality, there were many nameless, independent cultivators like this. He inadvertently obtained the Qi training method of the ancient cultivators, then tried to cultivate it. Then he obtained power that far exceeded that of a mortal, and then mingled in the city. However, if it was said that he obtained something like a magical weapon of an ancient great god, it simply didn't exist. Not to mention the 4 celestial spirits. Even the Taoist Association had its own people in the Cultural Relics Bureau. They also had different levels of control in the large and small antique markets in the country. If the Taoist demons could not find the treasures left behind by ancient gods, they would not fall to the level of ordinary people who did not even know what she was. Only some things that did not catch their eye could fall into the hands of ordinary people. The demon tribe had a very simple and crude method to determine the strength of the other party. Demons had waves of demon power, while Taoists had waves of Dharma power. As powerful as the true dragon of the divine land, there was always a hidden power of the true dragon. At Huang Baifu's level, there was no one who could escape his detection. In Huang Baifu's perception, these 3 guys were only a little different from ordinary people in terms of spirit, but it was better to be careful. Besides, he was the young master of White Tiger, and the name of Huang Baifu was known by the transcendents of Kelowna. Even if the 3 of them were nameless, rogue cultivators and were not familiar with the divine continent's transcendence, if word got out that the White Tiger's young master, Huang Baifu, had been struck down from the sky and even lost an arm, that would not be something to be happy about. After all, he had to find a place to hide his old face. "It's the first time I've seen it." Luocio nodded and said indifferently, "But forget about the follower. We already have our own jobs, so it's not suitable for us to work for others." Yu Yi was very obedient. Now that her master had spoken, She quietly moved 2 steps back and stood behind Luocio. Not angry. Huang Baifu glanced at him. He could tell whether he was shrewd or indifferent. His attitude was as if he had just heard a joke and laughed it off. However, he could still be so calm after hearing about the white tiger race. Was he really just a nameless, independent cultivator? Since Mr. Wang, who is thirsty, go and get some water. Luocio instructed, then looked at Huang Baifu and smiled. Although we can't be employees, it shouldn't be a problem for us to travel together for a while. I also want to ask Mr. Wang about some things in this place. There's no need to reward me. Just tell me what you've encountered here, and treat it as a fee for this trip. After all, we'll be moving around here for a while, so it's better to know more. Huang Baifu felt as if he had punched the air. Why was this guy so good-tempered? No matter how cool and awesome he was, he would feel embarrassed if he continued acting. He suddenly thought of that shameless old bastard. They were 2 extremes. All right. Huang Baifu. Wang, who nodded and said, since you're not willing, I won't force you. I'll go and see if there's any water nearby. Taisetsu jumped out immediately. It was not to show off, but Taisetsu knew very well that this servant girl was probably at her limit to tolerate Wang Hu's rudeness. If he asked her to go and get water, she would probably explode. However, the boss was also smart. He said you, and didn't ask the servant girl to go out of habit. He was probably hinting that he would do it for them, right? Ye gave Taisetsu a kind look. Taisetsu smiled honestly and jogged away. Wang, who sat down cross-legged. He felt very weak, maybe because he had lost too much blood after losing his arm. He didn't know how much tiger blood he had lost, but he was actually so weak. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, that was all there was to it. I didn't ask for your opinion. However, after all, he was stupid big black guy now. After sitting down cross-legged, Wang Hu asked with full strength, my surname is Luo. The other 2 are my employees. Luocio smiled and said. Wang Hu said casually, oh, is that so? I saw that the 2 of them were unusually respectful to you. I thought they were your servants. Just employees. Servants are actually not good. Luocio said softly, when people interact with each other for a long time, they will develop feelings for each other. It's not appropriate to treat them as servants anymore. Wang, who didn't comment. However, the other party didn't completely reveal his background. If it was just a surname, it was difficult to know anything. This man looked young, but his temperament was too stable. Maybe the method he cultivated had the effect of retaining his youth. Wang, who nodded and said, then I'll call you Boss Luo. Respect was mutual. At this time, Wang Hu had to change his attitude bit by bit. It was no problem to call him boss. Luocio accepted it gladly. I wonder what happened to Mr. Wang Hu. Wang Hu frowned and said subconsciously, when I was exploring the deep valley at night, people from both the Taoist and demon sides were transferred to this place. I was unexpectedly separated from the main group. Later, I met a despicable old ghost. Forget it. Let's not talk about that old ghost. Then a terrifying thing appeared. Terrifying thing? Luocio's expression changed. He didn't know much about this place. Of course, he could buy information from the altar first, but the price-performance ratio was too low. Didn't he meet Wang Hu could provide information for free after entering? It seemed that his luck wasn't too bad. As long as he was willing to walk around and talk more, he could still find out what he could. It's a little girl, Wang Hu said seriously. Although it looks like a little girl, it's more like some kind of weapon. It may be some kind of puppet technique that hasn't been discovered yet. This thing has incredible power. Even I. Wang Hu shook his head and glanced at his broken arm. He didn't say anything else. Even so, Wang Hu was still a little surprised when he came back to his senses. He didn't intend to say so much, but he said almost everything before he knew it. He said it so naturally. It was a strange feeling. Can you describe it in detail? Luocio blinked and asked, that thing? Well, it looks like a little girl. Purple hair and purple eyes, about 11 or 12 years old. It seems to know how to change its body and is good at using a strange force field. Wang, who thought for a while and picked up a branch from the side. Let me draw it for you. The branch rubbed on the ground and made a rustling sound. Soon, the simple branches outlined a delicate face on the ground. What was surprising was that this guy with a strong physique was unexpectedly good at sketching. It couldn't be said to be lifelike, but there was some charm to it. The delicate face on the ground revealed a kind of lifeless coldness. Luocio looked carefully and opened his mouth, slightly in surprise. This is Araya? No. Araya had blue hair and blue eyes. According to Wang Hu's description, this girl had purple hair and purple eyes. You know her? Seeing Luocio's strange look, Wang Hu couldn't help but frown and ask. At the same time, he secretly clenched the branch in his hand. Luocio shook his head and said, I don't know her. I just feel that this child is a little cold. Wang Hu looked at Luocio's expression and said calmly, I didn't draw her like this on purpose. She really looks like this, cold like a machine. So she's just a child. Unexpectedly, the servant girl next to him suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Wang, who is hurt by this little girl. It seems that it's really dangerous. Yes, it's too dangerous, Wang Hu nodded subconsciously, but his face was a little ugly after he reacted. This woman really touched the pot that didn't boil. Wang Hu always felt like someone sprinkled a handful of salt on the wound. His heart hurt so much. That is to say, Mr. Wang Hu's arm was also cut off by this little girl? It's really unfortunate. The servant girl looked apologetic at this time. He fell here in the battle. That is to say, Mr. Wang Hu already doesn't know what will happen next, right? Shut up. Although he wanted to say these two words out loud, Wang Hu's heart still hurt so much. Luocio looked at Yi at this time. He saw that the servant girl tilted her head slightly and smiled. Luo Qi couldn't help but laugh and said, Go and see Taisetsu. He has been there for a while. Okay, so the servant girl left in a good mood. Boss Luo, this employee of yours has quite a sharp tongue, Wang Hu suddenly said with a wry smile at this time. She wasn't like this in the past. Luocio looked in the direction Yi left and said softly, She's just a little livelier recently. Mr. Wang Hu, please don't take offense. Wang Hu offended you just now. Boss Luo, please don't blame me. Wang Hu shook his head at this time. Luocio looked at this boorish guy with some surprise. Wang Hu said, If you respect me, I will respect you tenfold. Although Wang Hu is boorish, I still understand the principle. If you are not hypocritical and really respectful, I have no reason to put on airs in front of you. Mr. Wang Hu, what do you plan to do next? Luocio directly chose to skip the topic at this time. Wang Hu is not used to this kind of atmosphere. So he said in a low voice, This place is very dangerous, and I don't know how big it is. That thing now obeys the orders of a shameless old ghost, which is even more troublesome. To be honest, I don't have a good plan. However, I should first search for people from both the Tao and demon sides. I haven't seen them since I came to this place. By the way, what's the situation outside now? Ever since he moved to this place, Wang Hu had completely lost contact with the outside world. However, the huge commotion caused by the spirit energy light pillar, coupled with the sudden disappearance of both the Taoist and the demon, presumably the agency was already in chaos. The spread of the phenomenon seems to have been temporarily suppressed. Luocio then said, I don't know the specific situation outside very well. After all, I have very little contact with both the Tao and demon sides. I came in this time for some other reasons. Wang Hu nodded and temporarily believed Luocio's words. He was not familiar with the Tao and demon side and was not very respectful to the white tiger race. This made Wang Hu more convinced that the other party might be a guy who was lucky enough to obtain the cultivation method. However, Wang Hu did not ask what the other reasons Luocio mentioned were. The two sides were not familiar to that extent yet. Wang, whose respect was not real respect, but a natural reaction when he saw the other party's bearing. Let me adjust my breath first. Wang, who slowly closed his eyes at this time. Luocio made a casual gesture and closed his eyes at the same time. This place was too quiet. Luocio began to try to find something alive. The club servant girl was walking slowly in the forest. The scenery here was not bad. Yu, miss. Here, here. At this time, Taisetsu's voice came from a slope on the side. After that, Taisetsu jumped down from above. He was holding a pile of unknown fruits in his hands, and he was biting one in his mouth. Taking the half-bitten fruit in his mouth, Taisetsu chewed and said, "Why are you here?" "Master asked me to come and see you." Yu smiled. Taisetsu nodded. "I didn't find water nearby, but I found a lot of fruits. I picked some casually. They are sweet and delicious, good for quenching thirst. Try it." At this time, Yu suddenly reached out and picked one of the fruits in Taisetsu's arms. "Try it." Taisetsu said honestly, "This place is very clean. It can be eaten after picking it." Yu just smiled. Suddenly, a black light flashed in the palm holding the fruit. The black light suddenly entered the fruit. After that, Yu returned the fruit to Taisetsu's arms, and then said indifferently, "This fruit is for Mr. Tiger to quench his thirst." Taisetsu opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Is there a problem? Chapter 1064. Taisetsu was also a person who had been in society before. When he first came out to mingle, he started from a young age. In order to climb up the ranks, it was common for him to go undercover and secretly harm the enemy's big boss to attack the enemy's forces. Therefore, when Wang Hu took the problematic fruit, although Taisetsu didn't know what was wrong with the fruit, he thought that it couldn't be simple if it was something that the servant girl specially asked for. Taisetsu's expression actually didn't change. He just prayed for Wang Hu in his heart. A certain customer who didn't know what he had offended the servant girl was still locked in the toilet. Is this a cinnabar fruit? Wang Hu looked at the dozens of fruits in Taisetsu's arms with slight surprise. Cinnabar fruit? Luocio was also curious. This kind of thing seemed to be a very popular item in wuxia novels. It's a cinnabar fruit. Wang Hu nodded and casually took a bite. My clan still has a few cinnabar fruit trees. This thing blossoms once every 100 years and bears fruit once every 100 years. Eating it can strengthen the body and improve the physique. Boss Luo, your employee is also very lucky to be able to pick more than a dozen. Even with the output of my clan, we can only produce about 100 at a time. Eat it, it's good for you. Although he said so, Wang Hu didn't care much and said, but this thing is only effective when eating the first few. The rest are just to satisfy the cravings. Even so, for Wang Hu, who was a little weak now, these cinnabar fruits could come in handy. At least it could help him recover his strength faster. Taisetsu felt that this thing wasn't as magical as Wang Hu said. He had eaten a lot on the way, probably because he felt that it was sweet and delicious. After eating it, he felt a little more energetic, but there was nothing else. At this time, the servant girl took one and carefully peeled the skin before holding it in front of Luocio. Luocio, who would automatically enter a useless state as long as Miss Maid was beside him, took a bite and found that it tasted good. He smiled and said, "It tastes good. Don't throw the seeds away. Let's take them back and see if they can be planted." Therefore, Miss Maid carefully wrapped the seeds that Luocio spat out with a handkerchief. At this moment, Wang Hu smiled and said, "Boss Luo, this thing is not easy to grow. Even if it's grown well, it will take 100 years for it to bloom and bear fruit. Don't waste time. If you like it, I'll have someone send you some later. My clan still has some in stock." This was really something that a small rogue cultivator would do. If one wanted to plant a value red fruit tree, it wasn't something that could be easily cultivated. Without technical support, it would be a waste to plant it. However, this was a problem that often occurred to unorthodox itinerant cultivators. Wang Hu didn't point it out and just took it as a joke. Mr. Wang Hu, please have another one. After hearing this, Miss Maid personally delivered another red fruit tree to Wang Hu. She smiled and said, "Good, good. Quench your thirst." Wang Hu didn't stand on ceremony. He really needed these red birds to recover his physical strength, so he swallowed it after receiving it. Taisetsu's expression didn't change. He prayed for Wang Hu again in his heart. After a few red fruits entered his mouth, Wang Hu suddenly felt a warm current in his body, quickly replenishing his weak body. Ordinary Taoists naturally needed some time to digest and absorb the red fruit tree after eating it. However, he was the descendant of the white tiger. His body was extremely strong. He could basically absorb it in seconds. However, he couldn't stand up again because of his broken arm. Wang Hu was also an open-minded person. Although it was a pity to lose his arm, it was fine as long as he was still alive. He still had a left arm, so he could still punch. After his physical strength was replenished, Wang Hu stood up and said, "When I fell, which direction did I come from?" Taisetsu looked at Wang Hu a few times and felt that Wang Hu didn't seem to have any problems. Was the fruit not effective? But he still pointed and said, "You flew from that direction. Do you plan to go back and take a look?" Wang Hu directly nodded and said, "Yes, I plan to. As for you guys." Wang Hu remembered this boss Luo said that he came to this place for some other reasons. Luochio said at this time, "Let's go together. It'll be safer if we take care of each other on the way." Wang Hu frowned. Luochio had already suggested that they could travel together for some time. However, to bring these guys along, forget it. Just take it as a reward for saving his life. He would take care of them on the way. At least these three guys were handsome and beautiful, much more pleasing to the eye than that old guy with an afro. Then let's go. Wang Hu nodded and agreed. After drinking the liquid in Su Zijuan's bottle, Qin Chiyu's magical power was quickly restored. At the same time, the wounds on her body were healing at a remarkable speed. She soon recovered some strength and left this place together with Su Zijuan and Jessica, because no one knew when Gaia would suddenly appear. Su Zijuan couldn't say anything nice about this combat weapon that could violently beat Bai Fu, a divine beast at the third stage. Therefore, she naturally avoided talking about Gaia's combat power. Although this stone forest was almost destroyed, it started to repair itself automatically. However, the effect of the weird psychedelic space was greatly weakened. Qin Chiyu, who had a high attainment in array, quickly found a way to leave this place and a temporary place to hide and rest. Qin Chiyu immediately started another round of regulating her breath and healing her wounds. After this battle, she, who understood the danger of this place, had to restore herself to a better state as soon as possible. Moreover, she had found clues about her master here. Naturally, she couldn't be careless. At this moment, Jessica walked in from outside the cave and said, "Master, I've looked around outside and didn't find anything valuable." Actually, one could pick up a lot of treasures outside the cave. However, Jessica didn't know any of them and didn't dare to touch them. Therefore, she came back empty-handed. Su Zijuan was the princess of the royal family of Xianyuan, who was extremely wealthy. Although the treasures outside were rare, she didn't care about them. She was more interested in the green lotus sword in Qin Chiyu's hand. Jessica saw Su Zijuan looking at the ancient sword beside Qin Chiyu with an intoxicated expression. She was so curious that she couldn't help but touch it secretly. However, the moment Jessica's fingers touched the hilt of the green lotus sword, a green light overflowed from the hilt and streaked along Jessica's arm. It cut a wound about 1 foot long on her arm. Jessica was shocked. If she hadn't reacted quickly, her arm would have been cut off by the green light. She retreated a few steps with lingering fear. Qin Chiyu opened her eyes and glanced at Jessica indifferently. Then she took out a porcelain bottle and threw it to Jessica. "This is the Jinchuang ointment I made. It has a miraculous effect on wounds caused by swords and sabers. However, the sword aura contains the green lotus sword essence, so the wound won't heal so quickly. Although your body is a little special, it's not easy to recover. Pay attention to yourself and don't be so curious next time. I've said that only those who have cultivated the secret method of my sect and have reached a certain level can hold this sword. If others touch it, they'll only be asking for trouble. All right. Jessica shrugged her shoulders. She also understood that it was because she had too many hands. Now, she could only suffer in silence. I'm afraid your master has cultivated a sword spirit. Su Zijuan suddenly said. Qin Chu frowned, but still said, I tried to call it, but it didn't respond to me. It seemed to be in a deep sleep. It's just an instinctive reaction that it got close to me, but I have a way to wake it up. As for that place, as long as she went back to find the boss, she should be able to wake up the sword spirit. Then, the truth about her master's disappearance would be revealed. Qin Chiu came to the Mount Taipeng conference just to find the whereabouts of Tai Bai, Sword Immortal. Now, Green Lotus Sword Song came to her by chance, which was the biggest clue for Qin Chiu. She didn't care whether this place was Peng Lai or not. Instead, she had an urge to leave and go to the club. No matter how much she had to pay, she had to wake up the sword spirit of Green Lotus Sword Song. You seem to want to leave. Su Zijuan looked at Qin Chiu, keenly aware of her thoughts. Qin Chiu didn't intend to hide it, nodding. You can leave with a clue. Su Zijuan shrugged. I'm also looking for it, but I don't want to go out for the time being. This place is a little special, and I'm curious about it. Qin Chiu kept silent. Su Zijuan suddenly said, How about forming a temporary team? If we were to encounter that thing again, fighting it alone would be the most irrational thing to do. Okay. Qin Chiu nodded directly. In the Imperial Mausoleum. According to the map that Mu Xianghua brought with him was left behind by Su Fu, it showed that the secret passage leading to the main tomb was several kilometers long. If it was several kilometers, according to their normal walking speed, it would take them no more than an hour to finish it. But the path in the Imperial Mausoleum was zigzagging and was full of traps, which naturally made it difficult to walk. The lady of the Zhang family should have safely evacuated by now. After all, it had been more than 3 hours since the 3 families left in the tomb where they met the zombies. Song Haoren thought. In fact, Song Haoren and his team had met several waves of zombies on the way, but these zombies were all killed by Haruxan Suzuki, the Inyan master, and became less dangerous than the traps in the Imperial Mausoleum. The checkpoints with zombies were the easiest to pass. The various methods Haruko Suzuki had used on the way finally made the soldiers of the Song family, including Song Haoren, not doubt Haruko Suzuki's identity as a Inyan master for the time being. The Suzuki Kai's hired thugs were very enthusiastic. With such mysterious means, wouldn't the Suzuki Kai be able to dominate the entire Kanto region in a matter of minutes by the time they returned to Kanto after settling the matter in Huan Nation? After this matter is over, let's find a place to do closed-door training. We won't come out until we completely recover our strength. I've secretly transferred all the assets of the Suzuki Consortium, which is enough for us to squander. Haruko Suzuki suddenly communicated with Yuichi Suzuki spiritually. Yuichi Suzuki didn't reply, but nodded. Recovering his strength was a top priority, but this guy liked to jump around. If it weren't for the Suiho Pearl, with the financial resources of the Suzuki Consortium, it wouldn't be too difficult for Hakata to completely recover his strength. It would just take some time. Now it was a problem whether he could get the Suiho Pearl or not, and he had become a bodyguard for a group of ordinary people. What was worse, the fact that he and Hakata were relying on the Suzuki father and son had been found out by the hidden powerful person. He had no choice but to run. If it weren't for the symbiotic contract, Lien Zhen really wanted to strangle this stinky snake to death. Who asked you to be so naughty? But it had been a long time, and the mysterious powerful person who secretly helped him and Hakata to recover their strength hadn't appeared. Maybe he was still waiting outside. Lien Zhen didn't like the feeling of being treated like a grandson. Just thinking about it gave him a headache and annoyance. It seemed that he had to find a way to break the symbiotic contract and strangle this stinky snake to death in the future. President, young master, according to the map, will reach the main tomb after another 200 or 300 meters. Mu Xianghua walked over with a happy face. Although the journey was thrilling, the middle-aged Chinese fatty was fine. Except for the blisters on the soles of his feet, he was very energetic. The fatty was even more excited. He walked at the front as if he was flying, as if he wanted to be the first to reach the main tomb. But Yuichi Suzuki suddenly sneered at this time. Mu Xianghua was already at the front. At this time he turned around and said, "Everyone do your best. We'll be there soon. At that time, we'll be able to get the treasures of Great Qin that have been buried for thousands of years. We're going to be rich. We're going to be rich." Mu Xianghua's voice suddenly stopped. His eyes widened and his expression froze. At this time, for some reason, there was a sharp blade that pierced through his chest. Seeing this, Song Haran frowned and waved his hand at the same time. "Be alert." Mu Xianghua subconsciously turned his head at this time. With one look, he was scared out of his wits. He even seemed to have forgotten the pain caused by the sharp blade that pierced through his chest. This was because he saw a black shadow appear behind him. The black shadow was holding a sharp blade at this time. It was it that pierced through his chest. "Save, save, save me." Mu Xianghua asked Haruko Suzuki for help in horror, but his head suddenly flew out at this time. After the sharp blade was pulled out of his chest, it directly beheaded Mu Xianghua in the next moment. Blood splattered from this guy's neck, splattering on the surrounding rock walls. At this time, everyone hurriedly used their strong flashlights to shine forward. After taking a look, everyone immediately sucked in a cold breath. In front of them, there was a skeleton face. No, it should be a skeleton man. This skeleton man was wearing the armor of ancient soldiers and holding a sharp blade. At this time, he was slowly walking toward everyone, and behind this skeleton man, one skeleton face after another gradually appeared. One skeleton man after another, wearing the armor of ancient soldiers, holding swords and sabers in his hands. When he walked, the sound of armor clanking could be heard. His footsteps were heavy, like an army marching. They were actually piling up in front of the passage. Chapter 1065. There must be a reason why Haruko Suzuki had to work so hard along the way, even exposing his identity as a yin-yang master. Song Haran himself was also a human with supernatural powers, but he had never thought of showing his supernatural powers to the world at this stage. If there was no reason for this, it would not be possible. Although he did not know what the reason was, it was obvious that Haruko Suzuki would continue to be in this state. "Mr. Yin-yang Master, where did these walking skeleton warriors come from?" Song Haran asked in a relaxed tone. Even so, he held a shotgun tightly in his hand. The passage was narrow and long, and it was a one-way street fight. It would be stupid not to use a shotgun at this time. Well, it was fine to use a submachine gun. This should be some kind of corpse control method. Haruko Suzuki said indifferently, but these warriors' bodies have long decayed into white bones, so they look like skeletons. The skeleton warriors in front of them walked step by step. Song Haran raised his eyebrows and said, "This imperial mausoleum is really powerful. These things have been here for 2,000 years. Haruko Suzuki suddenly frowned. "No, these skeletons should have been made not long ago. They are completely different from the zombies in the previous tombs." Song Haran did not ask why Haruko Suzuki thought that the skeleton warriors were made not long ago. Instead, he thought of a possibility. "Young Master Suzuki, do you mean someone is playing tricks in the main tomb ahead?" "It's possible." Chuinshin Suzuki nodded. At the same time, she felt strange. In an ordinary imperial mausoleum, even if it was full of traps with modern technology and equipment, it wouldn't be too dangerous as long as one was careful. However, That mysterious powerful being still asked her and Lianjin to be his guards. It seemed that at the end of the imperial mausoleum, there were some things that ordinary weapons couldn't deal with. Haruko Suzuki glanced at Yuichi Suzuki. The latter nodded and took a step forward. Unexpectedly, Song Haoran suddenly said, "There's no need to trouble yourself with these skeleton warriors. Leave them to us." Song Haoran waved his hand. The Song family soldiers behind him took out their lethal weapons and opened fire at the approaching skeleton warriors. "Since there seems to be a troublemaker in front of us who can use these supernatural means, young Master Suzuki should conserve your strength to deal with what's coming." Song Haoran raised the shotgun in his hand and walked forward step by step. Every step he took, the shotgun would make a bang sound. Behind him was the powerful firepower of the Song family soldiers. Every step he took, a few skeleton warriors in front of him would fall down instantly. This Song Haoran is really brave. What a pity. Yuichi Suzuki continued to communicate with Hakata. Hakata naturally knew why Lianjin felt pity. This guy seemed to have taken a fancy to this Song Haoran's body. Unfortunately, all the marks it released had been erased by the mysterious, powerful person. Moreover, it and Lianjin were imprisoned in the bodies of Suzuki and his son. No matter how strong a human's body is, there is a limit. This is Mount Tai. There are many Taoists and monsters outside. After this matter is over, I will take a stroll outside. Maybe I will meet a few demons with strong physical bodies. That will be much better than humans. Okay, bang, bang, bang. The powerful modern firepower swept wildly. The skeleton warriors in front of them were destroyed and turned into pieces of broken bones, paving a path of white bones in front of them. Crack! When the last shell of the shotgun fell to the ground and made two thuds, there were no more skeleton warriors in front of them. Song Haoran threw the shotgun in his hand to a soldier behind him and then looked at Haruko Suzuki. The obstacles have been cleared. Let's continue. Haruna Suzuki nodded. She reached out her hand and grabbed the ancient map from the dead Mu Xianghua's hand. She took a few glances at it, but at this moment, Yuichi Suzuki suddenly changed his expression. He seemed to be extremely angry. He stepped on the path of white bones and rushed forward. Damn it! Who is so bold to swallow the power of my greedy wolf? This Suzuki Yuichi's movements were extremely vigorous, even better than those of the cheetahs on the grassland. Because of his forward dash, a clean path was forcefully opened up on a road of bones in front of him. Song Haoran subconsciously looked at Haruko Suzuki with an inquiring look. At this moment, Haruko Suzuki glanced at Yuichi Suzuki, who had already run far away, and then pointed at his head. There is something wrong with him here. These two guys are somewhat different from ordinary father and son. Song Haoran slightly narrowed his eyes at this moment. He felt that things were getting more and more interesting. He hadn't experienced this kind of intense and exciting feeling for a long time. He licked his lips. We can't fall behind. At this moment, the stone door seemed to have been blasted open by a directional explosion. After that, a figure rushed in from outside the stone door at an extremely fast speed. This figure, Yuichi Suzuki, soon stopped and looked around. What appeared in front of him were many huge, strange crystals, and each crystal was swallowing a person. Frowning, he slowly walked past one crystal pillar after another. Some of the people who had been devoured were clearly Taoists, while others were clearly monsters. Some had been completely drained of their vitality, while others were on the verge of death and unconscious. This space was very large, about the size of a football field, and in the center there was a huge ancient altar built. On the altar, a man was floating up at this time. He opened his hands as if he was in great pain. His eyes were closed tightly, and his whole body emitted an aura that made Lianjin tremble. But Yuichi Suzuki, Lianjin's target was very clear. His vague feeling made him instantly lock on to his target. He passed through the crystal pillars and finally came to one that was relatively close to the altar. On this pillar, a handful of white silk drooped down. The girl who was swallowed by the crystal had her head lowered, like a candle in the wind, and the fire of her life seemed to be extinguished at any time. This was the Greedy Wolf clan's Purple Star young master. Lien Zhen's eyes could spurt out flames of anger. At such a distance, he could clearly feel that his Greedy Wolf's origin power had been swallowed until only a little flame was left. Damn it! A low voice squeezed out from his vocal cords at this time. Lien Zhen didn't care about the life or death of the Greedy Wolf's owner. But he did want to lose the origin power of the Greedy Wolf like this. Very good, very good. Lien Zhen, who was already angry, suddenly punched the crystal pillar that swallowed Zixing. When the fist landed on the crystal pillar, a crack immediately appeared. Then the crystal pillar instantly shattered, and Zixing fell directly to the ground from above. Just as Lien Zhen was about to go forward to check the situation of Zixing, he suddenly felt a sense of danger behind him. Lien Zhen hurriedly turned around and saw several thunderbolts coming from 5 different directions behind him. Bang! The sound of the explosion echoed in this huge space. The 5 thunderbolts didn't hit Lien Zhen. At this time, he jumped on top of a crystal pillar and looked around, searching for the enemy hiding in the dark. Sneaky scoundrel! Get out here! The furious Lien Zhen slammed his palm at a crystal pillar next to him. The crystal pillar that was hit instantly burst, and the goblin that was swallowed by the crystal pillar instantly fell to the ground. However, Lien Zhen didn't care about the life or death of this goblin at all and quickly attacked the second crystal pillar. You don't want to come out, right? If you don't come out, I'll destroy this place. So hateful. Feeling the little bit of Greedy Wolf's origin power left in Zixing's body, Lien Zhen's anger almost overwhelmed his reason. Who would have thought that when he came back from the ocean to accompany that shameless guy Hakata to get the Marquis Pearl, he would find Zixing's origin power in the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum, Lien Zhen's owner not long ago. At this time, a figure flashed out of the shadows and rushed toward Lien Zhen, who was about to destroy the crystal pillar. The 2 of them hurriedly exchanged a palm strike in midair. After that, both of them retreated and stood on different crystal pillars. Lien Zhen's gaze became extremely gloomy as he stared straight ahead of him. A guy wearing a bronze mask. Lien Zhen could feel a strong magic power in this guy's body. It was not the Dao Querying Realm, but it was stronger than the Dao Querying Realm. It was very strange. Just from this angle, he could already see the whole picture of the altar, except for the young man who was floating and suffering in pain. There was also a crystal coffin on the altar. The lid of the coffin had been opened, and inside was a pale old man. Lien Zhen only took a glance and was slightly surprised. He blurted out, "Heavens, will 70th generation." "Who are you?" Lien Zhen's recognition surprised the bronze-masked man. He looked carefully at the face of the strong old man in front of him, but it was extremely strange and out of place. He could not help but be moved, so he said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, you have taken over this person's body. Why are you here?" Lien Zhen just sneered and did not speak. Suddenly, Lien Zhen jumped up and rushed toward the altar. The target of his wave was obviously the Heavens will 70th generation in the crystal coffin. "How dare you!" The bronze-masked man shouted angrily at this time. Stepping on the crystal pillars, he arrived first and landed on the altar before Lien Zhen. The bronze-masked man released his hand, and talismans suddenly formed a circle in front of him. Then thunderbolts shot out from the talismans. Lien Zhen was like a hot knife through butter. He split the thunderbolts and finally landed on the altar easily. The strength of this strong old man surprised the bronze-masked man at this time. He had to move carefully and blocked in front of the crystal coffin. At this time, Lien Zhen suddenly looked at his feet. At the altar, he seemed to have noticed something. He looked around and seemed to have found something. He sneered, "There's so much vitality in this place. It seems that there is another purpose?" The bronze-masked man did not speak. He put one hand behind his back and stood calmly, but the palm behind his back was constantly pinching, as if he was calculating something. It was just that his fingers made a few calculations, and then he suddenly stopped. At this moment, everything seemed obscure and chaotic. It was as if he was lost in a dark and gloomy sea, and if he continued to calculate, he would be in danger of being buried in the sea. It was only one day and one night after the New Year. Why did the mystery of heaven turn into such a chaotic omen? Just as the bronze-masked man was puzzled, the stone door that was destroyed by Lien Zhen came in. At this time, figures came in one after another. They were Haruko Suzuki and Song Haoren. They followed Lien Zhen closely, and now they had arrived. It's him, Song Haoren, who was holding a telescope, saw the situation on the altar at once. When he saw the bronze-masked man, Song Haoren was stunned. He had met this bronze-masked man once. "It seems that you have a lot of helpers." The bronze-masked man looked at Lien Zhen and said slowly. Lien Zhen looked around and suddenly snorted. "The construction of this altar is a bit special. It is used to absorb the vitality of these monsters and Taoists. What do you want to do with so much vitality? Is it Tian Xian 70 lying in the crystal coffin? You'll know soon." The bronze-masked man said slowly, "I thought the bones outside could stop you for a while. But since you're here, let's witness the reincarnation of life and death together. It's time." "What?" Lien Zhen frowned. At this time, in the huge mysterious underground tomb, a terrifying aura suddenly came out, which made his heart jump. The source was the young man who was floating and suffering in pain. At this moment, a huge power, which was neither a monster's power nor a monster's power, suddenly burst out from the young man's body. A fierce wind suddenly blew in the huge tomb. At this moment, the expression on Haruna Suzuki's face changed slightly. She leaped forward and landed on a crystal pillar. Then, she looked in the direction of the altar. At this moment, the violent wind that made people on the verge of collapse suddenly dissipated, and everything seemed to have calmed down. Only the young man on the altar, whose upper body was naked, slowly flew higher. He opened his eyes, but his pupils had disappeared and were pure black. At the same time, a supreme majesty spread out from the young man's body. "This is divine power." Eight-headed serpent suddenly cried out in alarm. As someone who had stolen the authority of Yan Wuyue's world and shared it equally with Izanami, he knew very well what this aura was. In the depths of the imperial mausoleum there was a god. Chapter 1066. In fact, Hakuto was also a god, but strictly speaking, it could only be said to be a false god. The world of Yan Wuyue was the most fragmented world, and in essence it was only a small part of the main world. The god position that was born in the fragmented world could not wait for the approval of the main world. The god position of the fragmented world overlapped with the god position of the main world, and the god position of the fragmented world would inevitably be obliterated by the god position of the main world. Therefore, Hakuto was forced to leave the world of Yan Wuyue, be knocked down from the altar, and return to the main world. However, he was not too sad, unless he was cruel enough to hide in the fragmented world for the rest of his life. But even so, it was good that he was a false god. After all, he had already set foot on this level. He knew better than anyone else what the aura emitted from this young man meant. He was a god, and a god of the main world. Gods had divine power, which was the supreme majesty born from the power of heaven and earth. It could be said that it was the embodiment of part of the will of the main world. For mortals, it was a sacredness that could not be profaned. The thugs of the Suzuki Kai and the soldiers of the Song family looked at the young man hanging on the altar with dull eyes, and they worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, any disrespect was a big sin. The ancient majesty was reweaving their cognition. They even threw away the weapons in their hands. Song Haoren looked at this scene in a daze. Looking at the companions who had gone through life and death with him, now becoming pious, he only felt a sense of déjà vu. Such worship reminded Song Hauran of his adventure in the City of Gold. When he got the badge of the sun god, there was also a god living in that ancient temple. At this moment, Song Hauran had an impulse that seemed to come from instinct, and he also had the idea of kneeling down and worshipping. But the badge of the sun god that he wore on his body trembled slightly at this moment. At the same time, a strange whisper sounded in Song Hauran's ears. This voice seemed to be trying to drive away the reverence in Song Hauran's heart. Not long after it sounded, Song Hauran gradually returned to normal. In fact, this was just a matter of a moment. Even though he had already woken up, Song Hauran imitated everyone around him. He suddenly lowered his head and knelt on the ground with a blank expression. If Hakadah hadn't been so focused on this descending god, he might have noticed Song Hauran's unusual behavior. But at this moment, even if Hakadah had noticed it, he wouldn't have the time to pay attention to it. At this moment, it was secretly worried that the task of guarding this time would not be easy to complete. It would die in this place at any moment. That was a god who had appeared in this world. He just didn't know which god it was. On the other side, Zixing, who was rescued from the crystal pillar by Lianzhen, was also affected by the divine power at this time. Her vague consciousness gradually woke up. It was just that a lot of her vitality had been drained, and even the source of the power of the Greedy Wolf was almost sucked dry. At this moment, she was as weak as a dying patient. She could barely raise her head and couldn't speak. But when did the group of modern people with weapons behind her arrive? Zixing was secretly anxious. On the other hand, Lianzhen, who had become surprised because of the arrival of the god, was thinking quickly at this time. Suddenly, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lianzhen's eyes. He quietly opened his palm, and a black light quietly condensed into a ball in his palm. Lianzhen suddenly hit the young man in the sky with the black light ball. It's just a god who descended with the help of a human body. At best, it's just a wisp of soul. Without a container, it's nothing. Lianzhen was really ruthless. At this moment, he saw that the descending soul and the container were going through the final step of integration. Once the integration was successful, he and Hakadah would have to die here with this wisp of soul alone. He could only take a risk. Unexpectedly, just when the black light ball was about to hit the young man directly stretched out his hand, and the extremely fast black light ball was annihilated in an instant. At the same time, Lianzhen only felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. His legs sank and he knelt on the altar. This time, it knelt down so heavily that its knees cracked on the altar. At this time, Lianzhen's expression was aghast. He did not expect the integration to be so fast. Welcome, East Peak Mount Tai, the great sacred emperor equaling heaven! The bronze-masked man directly bowed at this time, prostrating himself on the ground with unusual respect. East Peak Mount Tai, the great sacred emperor equaling heaven. Hearing this, whether it was Lianzhen or Hakadah who was peeping in the distance, they were all stunned. Their hearts were set off by stormy waves. There was only one thought in their mind. How did they invite this great god down here? East Peak Mount Tai, the great sacred emperor equaling heaven, the god of Mount Tai, the world's commander of souls. This kind of terrifying divine power could not be faked. Hakadah at this time did not say anything and knelt on the crystal pillar. He did not want to be like Lianzhen, who knelt until his knees exploded, but his eyes were coldly watching everything on the altar. At this time, the floating man, Jean-Eyre, looked around. Suddenly, a voice sounded in this huge tomb. Jean-Eyre did not open his mouth. This voice came from the divine soul in his body. This is the edict for the sacrifice of the abyssal prefect. Since you have summoned me, where is the sacrifice? At this time, the bronze-masked man raised his head and said respectfully, "Great Emperor, the sacrifice is ready." As he said this, the bronze-masked man stood up and opened his hands. This altar has absorbed the essence and souls of hundreds of Taoists and monsters. This is the sacrifice I offer. I sincerely beg you to revive the person in the crystal coffin. Tian Xan 70. Approved. The voice of Jean Eyre came to everyone's ears indifferently. The bronze-masked man was overjoyed at this time. He bowed again and said respectfully, "Thank you, great emperor." Unexpectedly, Jean Eyre suddenly said, "But the sacrifice you offer is not enough." The bronze-masked man suddenly raised his head and said in surprise, "Not enough? The sacrifice of the abyssal prefect is a life for a life. The lives of hundreds of powerful creatures are gathered here. How? How can it not be enough?" Jean Eyre said indifferently, "The person in the coffin has lost his vitality. If you want to revive him, you only need to take a small amount of sacrifice. However, this person's 3 souls and 7 spirits are scattered. If you want to revive him and reunite the 3 souls and 7 spirits, you naturally need more sacrifices." More sacrifices? The bronze-masked man heard this. Subconsciously, he looked outside the altar. A dead person could not be revived, but a dead person could be revived. This was the reversal of yin and yang in the world. For this, it was understandable that a huge price had to be paid, more sacrificial offerings. The first thing that entered the bronze-masked man's sight was Lien Zhen, who was forced to kneel on the altar. Even more offerings. There were quite a few of them here. The bronze-masked man's hand made a grabbing motion, and the thunder technique in his body surged. Suddenly, lightning flashed. At this time, Lien Zhen's eyes were cold. He knew very well what the bronze-masked man wanted to do. At this time, the bronze-masked man suddenly flew up and directly grabbed Lien Zhen's head with his hand. Without hesitation, Lien Zhen was affected by the divine power and could not move at all. Therefore, the bronze-masked man easily grabbed his hand. The bronze-masked man grabbed Lien Zhen's head, and the powerful thunder technique poured into Lien Zhen's physical strength. Immediately, Lien Zhen groaned in pain. But at this time, a purple light quickly shot toward the bronze-masked man. This purple light was silent, and like a poisonous arrow, it instantly pierced into the bronze-masked man's body from the back. This made the bronze-masked man's magic power go crazy. In a flash, a figure rushed to the altar at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time hit the bronze-masked man with a palm and sent him flying. Haruko Suzuki. Hakata. The bronze-masked man rolled to the edge of the altar and was about to roll down, but he was caught by the bronze-masked man. He staggered to his feet, but a trace of blood flowed out from under the bronze mask. Obviously, he was attacked by a sneak attack. He hurriedly used his fingers to seal the wounds on his body and was about to attack again. "Don't be in such a hurry to make a move," Yamada's serpent suddenly said. "The one you invited might not be the god of Mount Tai." The bronze-masked man's hand slightly stiffened. He waved his sleeve and snorted, "Nonsense." "Whether it's nonsense or not, you'll know soon enough." Orochi smiled faintly at this moment. He was as calm and steady as an old dog, but in his heart he was panicking. He turned around and helped Lien Zhen up. The 2 brothers in trouble looked at each other as if they were communicating something. Hakata reached out and touched Lien Zhen's palm gently. Lien Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he simply closed his eyes as if he was adjusting his breath and healing his wounds. After that, Hakata suddenly turned around and looked up at John in the sky. He cupped his hands and said, "What is your position, exalted god?" "I am the great sacred emperor equaling heaven of Mount Tai, the god of Mount Tai. Don't be presumptuous." The voice of Jean sounded again. Hakata sneered. "The god of Mount Tai has been passed down since ancient times. The god of Mount Tai is the master of life and death. The god of Mount Tai inverts yin and yang and revives the dead. He is the god who managed yin and yang in the world long before hell. I don't doubt the authenticity of the monarch's ritual of Mount Tai. However, what the god of Mount Tai can do. This exalted god may not be able to do it, right? He's not the god of Mount Tai. The bronze-masked man was stunned. How is that possible? That edict cannot be faked. Hakata stared at John and said slowly, God's dignity is not to be blasphemed. I, your ancestor, am already being disrespectful. But this god doesn't seem to be angry, ignorant. Why would this emperor lower himself to your level? Lower yourself to my level. Hakata seemed to be certain about this matter. He mocked. I'm afraid it's not that you don't want to lower yourself to my level. It's just that you don't have the ability to do so. The moment you came out, you unleashed your divine might. How much strength do you have left? Nonsense. Hakata sneered again and said, I'll just take it that you're the real god of Mount Tai. But after all, it's still the god of Mount Tai's God's will, and it's also the duty of a god. But I've never heard of the exalted gods not reflecting their divine duties. Jean, in the air was silent. At this time the bronze-masked man said coldly, Is he really not the god of Mount Tai? Hakata chuckled and said, Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But even if he is, he can't resurrect the guy in the coffin. Yes, the god of Mount Tai is in charge of life and death. But that was before the formation of hell. When hell was first formed, the Yama kings of the 10 palaces and the 6 paths of reincarnation were already a more complete system. The role of the god of Mount Tai in charge of life and death has long been changed. Although the god of Mount Tai's position is still there, I'm afraid his divine duties are no longer there, right? Although you've descended, you're hiding this fact and eagerly asking for more sacrifices. That's not good. If you're really the emperor exalted god, even if it's just a strand of God's will, it's very easy for you to take our lives. Why would you let this guy do it? The bronze-masked man slowly looked up at John in the air. Hakata sneered and said, I'm afraid you have a reason not to do it, and you continue to ask for more sacrifices. This is probably because you're very weak. You're very weak. So as soon as you've merged with this body, you're eagerly triggering the power of God. You don't want to do it yourself because you're just strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. That's just your guess. Jean said indifferently, Do you know that I don't want to do it because I'm too lazy to? Or maybe it's because of some other reason. But you, since you dare to provoke me, won't you end up with your soul destroyed? Hakata wasn't afraid at all. Ever since I set foot in Kelowna, I've always felt strange, especially when I came to Mount Tai. An ancient god like the god of Mount Tai should be continuously absorbing the power of the incense of the mortals. But there are many temples on Mount Tai that worship the great emperor of Dongyu, but there's no power of incense. Even if the god of Mount Tai doesn't have the function of controlling yin and yang, his position is real. Even if the gods don't take the initiative to absorb the power of incense, the power of incense will continuously flow from the mortal world to the gods. This is the benefit of the position. Now that the power of incense is no longer being produced, can I assume that the deity position no longer exists? Or rather, the current god of Mount Tai has already left and is no longer in this world, resulting in the situation where the power of incense is unable to reach? With that, Hakata looked at the bronze-masked man again and sneered, This guy is so sure that the edict is real, and you also claim to be the real god of Mount Tai. Then I can only think of one possibility. The real god of Mount Tai may have fallen, or he may have left for some unknown reason, and the one left in the edict is you. But no matter what, as a wisp of God's will, you can't be replenished by the real body, like a person dying of thirst. We are the source of water you need. Jean Eyre slowly descended onto the altar. His completely black pupils glowed faintly. You are quite smart. Hakata said, Seems like you admit it. Jean Eyre smiled faintly. These are just your guesses. Where's your real proof? Orochi shrugged and said, Unfortunately, I've been a god before. When you first released your power, you scared me. But because of that, you exposed yourself. Mortals may not be able to understand the information contained in the power, but I can. Ha ha ha. Jean Eyre laughed wildly. You're much smarter than the first emperor. Just treat it as a reward. I'll personally take your life soul. You're right. I'm indeed weak now, but it's not hard to take your life soul. In an instant, a ruthless aura emanated from Jean Eyre's body. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and a ghostly aura filled the air. Damn it! How is this a god emperor? This is an evil god who's gone mad. Hakata cursed and then shouted, Brother Lien Zhen, if you don't do anything, you'll have to collect my corpse. Lien Zhen suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his palm and waved it. 3 needle-like purple lights shot towards Jean Eyre. In the face of this sudden sneak attack, Jean Eyre snorted coldly. He swept out with his palm, and the needle-like purple light was directly wiped away. However, Jean Eyre suddenly frowned at this moment. He slowly turned over his palm, only to see that a purple needle had been inserted into his palm at some unknown time. Hakata sneered and withdrew his hand. If I really wanted to sneak attack you, would I have said it out loud? Idiot! Sly Dao! Jean Eyre snorted coldly at this moment. With a thought, the purple needle that was inserted into the back of his hand was instantly expelled. Insignificant skill. Chapter 1067. Jean Eyre erased the purple needles that Hakata pierced into his body. But a strange feeling began to invade his body at the same time, which made his expression change several times. He suddenly felt that he couldn't control this body. You. Jean Eyre looked at Hakata, full of hatred. You don't feel good, right? Hakata said with a smile. I've studied the Tao of Soul for so many years, and I don't even know how many experiments I've done. Even if you're the remnant soul of an ancient god, do you really think you're omnipotent? Don't you know how to keep up with the times? I've destroyed the adaptability between you and this body, and greatly reduced the compatibility between you two. Now, how much power can you exert? The original owner of this body is going to wake up and fight with you for the control of this body. A mere mortal dares to fight with me. Jean Eyre's expression suddenly became distorted. At this moment, Jean Eyre's left hand seemed to be moving awkwardly. Of course, the original owner of this body can't fight with you. I don't want him to fight with you. Hakata suddenly rushed up. It's enough to stall you for a moment. From Hakata's hand, 8 purple, tentacle-like translucent things suddenly shot out. After a closer look, one would see that they were 8 ferocious snake heads. In a flash, they coiled around Jean Eyre and bit every part of Jean Eyre's body at the same time. Xiang Lu? Jean Eyre was stunned. But at the same time, Lien Zhen didn't stay idle. He immediately rushed up and fiercely slapped Jean Eyre's head with his palm. At this moment, Jean Eyre uttered 2 overlapping screams of pain at the same time. The divinity of your remnant soul belongs to me. Hakata's eyes were blazing. Although it was only a remnant soul, it contained a trace of divinity, which was real, much more than the fake divinity he had obtained in Yen Wuyue's world. The 8 purple snake heads that bit Jean Eyre's body were currently absorbing the strand of divinity from the remnant soul. You want to steal my divinity? Jean Eyre let out a pained roar. His trembling hands forcibly broke free from the snake's entanglement and aimed his palms at the altar itself. At this moment, the altar began to tremble violently, and a brilliant light burst out from it, illuminating the entire tomb chamber. Hakata could only feel a terrifying force coming from this guy's body, which was slowly breaking free from his control, and the speed at which it was breaking free was getting faster and faster, and it was about to completely reverse the situation. Hakata was greatly shocked. His mind turned quickly, and he gritted his teeth. He suddenly looked at the bronze-masked man in the distance and said hurriedly, "Don't just stand there. Wait until this guy absorbs all the power of the altar and gets rid of me. Then none of us here can escape the fate of becoming his sacrificial offerings." But the bronze-masked man remained unmoved. Hakata said angrily, "You silly guy. Do you really think this guy has the ability to resurrect the person in the coffin for you? I'm afraid you'll be buried with the person in the coffin in the end." But Jean Eyre said coldly, "I've promised you that I'll resurrect this person. I won't break my promise. Hurry up and help me fight against these two evil cultivators." "Don't believe him. I also have a way to help you resurrect him." Orochi gritted his teeth at this time. He would not stop until he was shocked to death. "Tell me the way first," the bronze-masked man said slowly. "How do I know you won't cheat me after this?" Hakata snorted. This led to a very strange stalemate. Lianjun and Hakata, who used to be the super big guys in the Transcendence world of Kelowna, were trying their best to suppress the remnant soul of the great ancient god. No one knew how long they could keep it up. The bronze-masked man was the key to everything again. At this time, the bronze-masked man suddenly pressed his hand on the altar. The altar trembled violently at this moment, and the bursting light suddenly flowed out, extending to the base under the altar. Like liquid, the light flowed to the crystal pillars in the tomb. However, just as these streams of light were about to enter the crystal pillars, they suddenly stopped. The bronze-masked man was reversing the devouring power of the altar, returning all the soul power he had swallowed. But he stopped at the last moment. The bronze-masked man said indifferently, "I only need a way. I'll help whoever can help me." "Damn it, you're also a lunatic." At this moment, Orochi scolded, "Listen, the guy in the crystal coffin was also a Taoist when he was alive, right? The 3 souls and 7 spirits of a Taoist can't be destroyed so easily. From what I can see, it was only a few decades ago that his life force was cut off. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls definitely wouldn't dissipate so easily, as long as we can find his 1 soul and 1 spirit. I have a way to resurrect him." "What way?" Obviously, the bronze-masked man wasn't fooled. After he died, I wanted to keep his 3 souls and 7 spirits and light the 7 stars life-belonging lamp. But I can't find his soul. I've tried my best to find his soul for decades, but I still can't find it. What can you do?" "Ha ha ha ha. This demon can only find 1 soul and 1 spirit?" Jean Eyre sneered. "I can gather souls from heaven and earth. I can give you a complete 3 souls and 7 spirits. Help me absorb the soul power of the altar quickly, and I can even grant you immortality." The bronze-masked man didn't move. He didn't reverse the altar, but didn't loosen his hand. He just shook his head slightly. "I'm not interested in immortality. I still stand by my words. I will help whoever can help me. Prove it to me, what you have said. I've been set up by these 2 demons. How can I prove it?" Jean Eyre showed an angry expression. "Brother, if I move, we'll all die. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Hakata said while panting. However, at this moment, a loud and clear voice quietly rang out in the tomb. Jean Eyre's head was penetrated by something in an instant. Hakata was startled and looked over subconsciously. Song Howren was lying on the ground at the entrance of the tomb. In front of him was an AWM. Song Howren saw Hakata's gaze through the scope. He tilted his head and looked away from the scope. He waved at Hakata and said hi. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. But good joy. At this moment, Orochi really wanted to rush up and kiss this reckless young master of the Song family. This bullet naturally couldn't do anything to the remnant soul in Jean Eyre's body. But when the bullet penetrated Jean Eyre's head, it seemed to have opened up a hole in his body. At the same time, the remnant soul in his body was momentarily stunned. Hakata and Lianjun seized this moment at the same time. Lianjun pulled out his hand and slammed his palm on Jean Eyre's back, on the golden edict behind Jean Eyre. The 8 snake heads of Orochi were biting Jean Eyre's body crazily. The remnant soul's voice was mixed with madness and anger. "If that's the case, then stay here forever." Jean Eyre turned his palm. A ball of light quickly formed in his palm and fell into the altar. After the ball of light fell into the altar, the whole altar shook violently. Then it released more dazzling light than before. The bronze-masked man didn't have time to think about it. He only felt that the soul power absorbed by the altar suddenly became chaotic. The remnant soul was about to detonate the soul power absorbed by the altar. The bronze-masked man was in a dilemma. He knew that once the soul power was detonated, the consequences would be horrible. So he could only try his best to reverse the soul power. The energy that flowed out of the altar instantly rushed into the crystal pillars, and the shriveled bodies of the Tao demons gradually recovered. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It's too late. Ha! Die! Jean-Eyre let out a shrill voice. My divinity is immortal, but you can only turn into ashes. Look! The bronze-masked man suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded in the tomb. A beam of light suddenly shot out from somewhere under the altar. After that, a huge light dragon instantly rushed out of the light pillar. After this light dragon rushed out, it crashed into the altar. The light dragon shook the whole altar. Under the impact of the light dragon, the altar seemed to have reached its limit. It began to crack in an instant. The crack spread to the whole altar in a flash. At this moment, more terrifying lights shot out from the altar. Bang! With a loud sound, the whole altar exploded in an instant. A huge power broke out at this moment. In a flash, Hakata, Lien Zhen, the remnant soul, and the bronze-masked man, who were entangled with the altar. Countless spiritual lights rushed out from the crack in the altar. Then, the ball of light, which represented the souls of hundreds of Tao monster sects, flew out crazily. My origin. At the moment when he was knocked away, Lien Zhen suddenly felt a ball of light shooting out. It was the origin of the Yin greedy wolf's power that had been devoured. Lien Zhen was ecstatic. He reached out to grab the power of the origin. Unexpectedly at this moment, a strange chain suddenly shot out from Zixing's chest, wrapped around the origin, and pulled it back into Zixing's body. Lien Zhen missed the opportunity to grab the origin and immediately let out an unwilling roar. After that, the power of the explosion instantly drowned his consciousness. Lien Zhen's body directly crashed into the wall of the tomb. After the origin entered Zixing's body, Zixing seemed to have exhausted her last trace of strength and fell down again. The storm of power swept through the entire tomb. Everyone was shaken by this and fell down one after another. At this moment, Jean-Eyre's body fell from midair, and a shadow escaped from his body in a sorry state. It turned into a ray of light and escaped. Stay for me. Hakata was injured all over at this time, but he desperately opened his mouth. A purple dragon suddenly turned into a fierce snake head, rushed to the shadow, and bit off a piece of the shadow. It swallowed nearly a quarter of the shadow. After that, Hakata couldn't continue. The shadow was also ruthless. After being bitten off a piece, it fled desperately. Hakata was also hit by the power of the altar and crashed into a corner of the tomb. This shadow was a remnant soul. After nearly a quarter of its divinity was swallowed by Hakata, it couldn't get it back in time. Now that its soul had left Jean-Eyre's body, it had no place to stay. The terrifying power of the altar would annihilate it in minutes. However, it was extremely unwilling. It hurriedly split a trace of divinity from its body, and then rushed directly in the direction of the altar. This trace of divinity carried part of its will and directly entered the body of a young man who was originally placed under the altar. This was Momo. Part of it was swallowed by Orochi, and another part was split. The remnant soul was on the verge of collapse at this moment. It no longer hesitated and rushed toward the exit. Unexpectedly at this time, the sun god's badge on Songhauen's chest suddenly flashed. From the badge, a huge arm suddenly stretched out, caught the remnant soul, and then pulled it into the sun god's badge. How could it be? The remnant soul's consciousness flashed in panic at this time, and then it was pulled into the badge. At the same time, a small figure caught the bronze-masked man, and then with a flash, it took the bronze-masked man to the crystal coffin. The figure flashed again, and then disappeared from the tomb with the bronze-masked man and the crystal coffin. Finally, the altar completely exploded. Boom! When Song Haran pushed away a stone on his body and then staggered up, he saw the entire tomb in front of him had been completely destroyed. The crystal pillars had fallen down, and those who were swallowed by the pillars all fell on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were alive or not. Now most of them were buried in the stones. Song Haran looked down at the badge on his chest and smiled. "Good guy, you saved my life again." After that, Song Haran whistled, and suddenly picked up a pistol from the ground and fired 2 bullets into the air. Bang, bang! The sound instantly sounded in the tomb, and then Song Haran shouted, "Those who are not dead, quickly stand up, don't lie down." Gradually, some soldiers of the Song family woke up one after another. A soldier of the Song family, whose head was smashed by the falling stones, slowly climbed out at this time. "Master, won't die." Song Haran nodded, and then looked at several injured soldiers who climbed out of the stones, and they were also very bleak. "Find out how many of us are left." "Yes." Song Haran looked around again and muttered, "Oh my God! Good luck. Finally, we survived. This is so damn exciting." As he spoke, Song Haran set his sights on a direction and walked over. Chapter 1068. When Song Haran walked to the ruins of the altar, he saw a faint light in the ruins. He frowned, hurriedly walked over, and lifted the nearby boulder. When did my strength increase again? Song Haran was a little surprised by the strength of his arms. He only felt that his strength seemed to have increased a lot out of nowhere. A boulder that seemed to weigh hundreds of pounds was lifted with one hand. Song Haran frowned. Was it related to the huge arm that suddenly appeared from the badge before he fainted? But he didn't have time to think about it, because after lifting the boulder, Song Haran saw the thing buried under the boulder. It was probably the thing that was originally hidden in the altar. Because the altar was broken, it could see the light of day again. A coffin again. To Song Haran's surprise, after he cleared the surrounding stones, he found that the thing buried in the depths of the altar was actually a stone coffin. The material of the coffin was very strange. It was like a luminous pearl emitting a faint light. Song Haran smacked his lips, narrowed his eyes, and reached out to slowly open the lid of the coffin. After opening the lid, a woman was hidden in the stone coffin. Song Haran took a look and felt a sense of amazement. The woman lying in the stone coffin looked to be no more than 20 years old. She was wearing ancient, gorgeous clothes, and her beauty could captivate even birds and beasts. Song Haran couldn't help but reveal a trace of absent-mindedness. He walked around the stone coffin, carefully observing the woman in the stone coffin. Song Haran couldn't help but reach out and gently grab the woman's wrist. From the touch of her flesh, the woman seemed to be asleep, but Song Haran couldn't feel her pulse. He reached out to the woman's nose. There was no breath. This stone coffin was not worth hiding in the depths of the altar for so many years. The woman in the stone coffin seemed to be dead, but her body was just like when she was alive. Song Haran had seen the so-called corpses that didn't decay for thousands of years, but most of them were caused by the environment. Although they didn't decay, they became dry corpses, which was completely different from the woman's body. At this time, the bead in the woman's hand caught Song Haran's attention. He curiously took the bead from the woman's hand and carefully looked at it in the palm of his hand, but he couldn't see anything. At this moment, the woman in the sarcophagus moved her fingers slightly. Song Haran immediately stood up and looked at the woman in the sarcophagus warily. The woman slowly opened her eyes. There was a trace of panic in her eyes, as if she was looking for something. The bead in Song Haran's hand was her eyes suddenly. The woman suddenly rushed out of the stone coffin and actually tried to grab Song Haran. Song Haran was greatly surprised, but he wasn't afraid. The woman rushed in front of him, but suddenly frowned. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but her vocal cords probably hadn't been used for a long time, so the sound she made wasn't very pleasant to hear, and the meaning was unclear. The woman took another 2 steps forward with an anxious look on her face, but she suddenly collapsed. Song Haran frowned and saw the woman fell to the ground, motionless. He hesitated for a moment, and then walked to the woman and helped her sit up, but found that the woman had already fainted. Why is this woman's body suddenly so cold? The place where he touched felt like he was touching ice. He saw that a thin layer of frost had already formed between the woman's eyebrows. Song Haran thought for a while, and then quickly put the bead back into the woman's hand. Gradually, he felt the woman's body temperature rise a little. Eldest young master, this woman is? A warrior of the Song family, using a submachine gun as a crutch, limped in front of Song Haran. We found her under the altar. Song Haran didn't hide it. I don't know, but let's keep it for now. Also, don't spread the news about this woman. All right. Song Haran asked again, how's the search going? The Song family warrior said, 9 died, 16 are seriously injured, and the rest have light injuries. A lot of Suzuki Kai died and only 10 or so survived. In addition, we found Yuichi Suzuki and Haruxin Suzuki, but they are unconscious. Also, we found a lot of people. They are those who were originally trapped in the crystal. Eldest young master, what should we do? Song Haran quickly said, inform the people outside. We need to transport everyone out of here first. With that, Song Haran directly took off his combat suit, put it on the mysterious woman in his arms, and then carried her up. Let's go! They didn't encounter any danger on the way out. On the way, they collected Mu Shenghua's body, and it took them more than 2 hours to leave the secret passage. Outside, the Li family's troops had already evacuated, and they should be in the town in front of them now. However, the Li family left a few people here to wait. Although the Li family backed out of this cooperation midway, they still left some people here just in case. This was a bit of a business deal, but they still had a sense of righteousness. However, Song Haran had ordered people not to talk about what happened in the tomb, so the Li family's people couldn't ask about it. As for the remaining people of Suzuki Kai, they all kept their mouths shut after the Song family soldiers kindly asked them to. Since eldest young Master Song came out safe and sound, the few of us will go back first. The few old masters of the Li family could only leave at this time. Although the Song family and Suzuki Kai people came out with wounds all over their bodies. Their weapons were still the same, and there were more than 10 Song family soldiers guarding outside. Their fighting strength was still there. After seeing the Li family's people leave, Song Haran ordered people to go in and carry out all the people inside. Song Haran walked into the tent alone with the mysterious woman in his arms. Eldest young Master Song naturally didn't want to take advantage of the situation, but he was curious about the mysterious woman's origin. He took the strange bead from the woman's hand several times, and the woman would show a painful expression while unconscious. This woman seemed to be unable to leave this strange bead. It wasn't until dawn that the Song family and Suzuki Kai people moved everyone out of the tomb. At this time, a Song family soldier came and said that Haruxin Suzuki and Yuichi Suzuki had woken up. But after they woke up, they knocked out the Suzuki Kai people guarding them and then fled. You stay here and let 2 people come over to guard the tent. Don't let others in. After Song Haran hurriedly ordered, he went out to check. More than 10 kilometers away, Haruko Suzuki was enduring the murderous gaze of Yuichi Suzuki. At this time, Haruko Suzuki just laughed a few times, then sighed and said, Brother Lianzhen, it's not my fault. Besides, didn't we escape with our lives? At least we escaped from the hands of the remnant soul of an ancient, great god. If this gets out, the 2 of us will brag about it for hundreds of years in the demon beast realm. Humph. Yuichi Suzuki snorted coldly. So hateful. The source of Een Greedy Wolf's power was actually in front of me, and I missed it in vain. It was once again absorbed by Zixing's body. After working so hard, I actually didn't get anything. In fact, it's not that we didn't get anything. Haruko Suzuki suddenly said at this time. At least, the mysterious power didn't lie to us. After waking up, Hakata and Lianjin felt that they had become weak again. The feeling of being full of power was gone. But compared to before entering the tomb, it was much better. All of this was just like what the mysterious Almighty said. They would reduce the recovery rate as a reward for escorting them. But obviously, the power left in the body now was less than the value of 70% reduction in the beginning. The reduction ratio was obviously about 80%. Hakata speculated that it might be because some people from the Song family died in the tomb. That mysterious power was really not calculative at all. He calculated it clearly. This stingy guy. But it was precisely because of this that Hakata and Lianjin left immediately after waking up. They didn't believe that if the mysterious power hadn't been secretly watching them, he would be able to restore this part of power for them out of thin air. Don't fool me. Yuichi Suzuki snorted coldly at this time. In the end, you swallowed a part of the divinity of the remnant soul, right? I want half of this divinity. Brother Lianjin, this is what I exchanged with my life. Humph. Yuichi Suzuki sneered at this time. You and I live and die together. We share blessings and hardships together, right? You, what do you want to do? Hakata had a bad premonition at this time. Unexpectedly, this premonition soon became reality. Hakata felt as if half of his soul was being roasted by fire at this time. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. F***CK. You're so cruel. You actually tortured yourself. Stop. I'll share it with you. You're really a good brother. Yuichi Suzuki sneered at this time. Brother Hakata, remember that it's only half. F***CK. Hakata stared at this guy fiercely, opened his mouth reluctantly, and spat out a shiny golden ball from his mouth, throwing it in front of Lianjin. Lianjin didn't even think and swallowed the thing that Hakata spat out into his mouth. Now, Hakata rubbed his forehead and muttered, if the divinity is not digested, what if it's beaten out by others? Let's find a place to absorb it first. With the protection of this trace of divinity, at least we can guarantee that the will of the world won't find us. We can be considered as half an official. As for that remnant soul, it may have escaped, but it still contains a lot of divinity, which is really attractive. Don't forget about that mysterious powerful. That part of divinity may have fallen into the hands of that powerful person. Lianjin poured a bucket of cold water on him. Otherwise, will they let us go? Do you really think it's to protect these mortals? Obviously, that powerful person is after this remnant soul. TSK, you're an unambitious salted fish. Hakata snorted coldly. Let's put aside the divinity first. You still want to get back your greedy wolf's origin, right? Now that the whereabouts of your former host is under our control. Don't you plan to make a good plan? Lianjin was silent and finally nodded. The two brothers in the same boat gradually disappeared in the forest path illuminated by the sunrise. In a dark cave, the bronze-masked man coughed a few times and then covered his chest with difficulty, trying to sit up. Wang, who was beside him, quickly came over to help him. After getting up, the bronze-masked man shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Wang nodded, turned him over, and sat down alone, hugging his knees, leaning against the wall of the cave. The bronze-masked man glanced at him. When he first found Wang was like this, leaning against the sealed cave behind the dragon sealing stone, lifeless, silently looking outside. The bronze-masked man sighed and walked to the crystal sarcophagus that had also been moved away by Wang. After a long time, he sighed, maybe this is God's will. Are you going to give up? Wang suddenly looked up. The bronze-masked man shook his head. I've been preparing for so long. Resurrection is just one of the steps. The failure of resurrection doesn't mean the final failure. I just want to let him see the arrival of an era that belongs to us. He slowly closed the crystal sarcophagus and said in a low voice, "I asked you to move the people of the Taoist Association and the Monster Association away, so that we won't be hindered when we set up the 7 jade dragon pillars. Originally, we had caught them all, but now those Taoist monsters who were originally used as sacrifices have escaped. We need new sacrifices, or the final big circle won't have enough power to support." "They already know what you want to do." Wang shook his head. "Now they're not as easy to catch as before when they wanted to snatch the imperial edict. The first jade dragon pillar has been set up. If we stop now, all our previous efforts will be in vain." The bronze-masked man looked at Wang. "No matter what price I have to pay, I must open the gap of the spiritual qi of the earth." With that, the bronze-masked man sat down with his legs crossed. If he wanted to continue, then he needed to recover as soon as possible. Somewhere in the Penglai treasure house, Taisetsu picked up a stone from the ground. After looking at it for a while, he casually threw it in front of him. In front of him was a stone forest. There were many stalagmites in the middle, but many had already fallen. However, the miraculous thing was that these broken stalagmites were now recovering bit by bit. This stone forest can make people lose their way. Wang Hu glanced at it at this time. He was not very far away from this place. After rushing for a while, he returned to this place again. "Boss Luo, you'd better be careful." Luocho nodded, and then curiously looked at the stone forest that was repairing itself. The appearance of this automatic repair was actually quite spectacular, as if time was flowing backward. It should have been self-repairing for a while. Taisetsu walked back at this time. But looking at the current situation, it should have been quite damaged at the beginning. The battle should have been quite fierce. "Can you estimate the combat power?" Luocho looked at Yu Yi at this time and asked casually. "Speaking of which, it has been completed, master," Yu Yi suddenly said at this time. Luocho curiously asked, "Completed? What did you complete?" Yu Yi turned her palm, and a pair of ordinary black-rimmed glasses appeared on her palm. Miss Maid whispered, "Master, didn't you say before that it would be more convenient if the extraordinary power could be quantified? So I tried to do it. This is the first generation of the finished product." "You really made it?" Luocho was very curious. He directly put on the glasses like a child. "There is a button on the side of the frame. Just press it," Yu Yi said again. After Luocho pressed it, he looked at his maid at first glance. He only heard Miss Maid whispering, "Take an ordinary adult man as the standard. According to Master, as the base number 5. As for the measurement, it is the energy value exposed in the body. If equipped with weapons, it will also be added. However, it may not be very accurate, and there is no way to measure all of it for the time being." 56 million. This was the value that Luocho saw Yu Ye's value. In other words, this is only the value in the normal state, not including the situation after the outburst. Luocho nodded. "The specific value will be measured again after the outburst." Yu Yi said, "This is only the first generation. I will try to make the second generation. Master, please wait. This is already very interesting." Luocho smiled slightly. This was just something, he said, casually when he was in South America. He didn't expect to really make a finished product, and the finished product was not fancy. Luocho liked it a little when he looked at it. After wearing the black-rimmed glasses, Luocho's scholarly aura seemed to be stronger. Wang Hu was stunned. He didn't understand the conversation between Luocho and Yu Yi. He could only frown. At this time, Luocho glanced at Wang Hu. 3,736,900. He looked at Taisetsu curiously. 27,691,000. Finally, Luocho stretched out his palm and looked at his palm with the black-rimmed glasses. On the glasses, a small number floated slowly. 5. At least 0. 5 more, right? Luocho comforted himself. Chapter 1069. Although he was curious as to how this 0, 5 was measured, It might have been added by the servant girl on purpose. Anyway, Luocio didn't ask. Being able to see the value of a transcendent would give him an intuitive understanding. Even though this value couldn't really represent the true strength of a transcendent, it was better to treat it as an interesting toy. These guys didn't seem to be nervous at all. Wang, who frowned inwardly but didn't say too much. He found this place only to find some information about himself after he fainted from the battle. However, this place had started to repair itself and was empty. There didn't seem to be much information left behind. Wang, who noted it down and thought about his next move. Should he split up with these three guys or act alone? On the way, Luocio casually chatted with Wang Hu. He understood some of the rules of Kelowna from Wang Hu, as well as some local customs. He was quite satisfied. Now, it was time to think about this deal. Indeed, since Taisetsu had brought him here, the next step should be to find the customer, to collect the payment for the deal. The club, or the altar, was very generous when it let Luocio collect the payment. Without any need to buy the customer's information, Luocio had a feeling that he would be able to meet the customer if he went in the right direction. Luocio followed the feeling in his heart and looked in a certain direction. However, Taisetsu suddenly said, "Boss, there seems to be someone there." Everyone looked over. It was a hillside at the edge of the stone forest. A figure slowly walked out from the edge of the hillside. However, that person seemed to be injured. When he reached the edge of the hillside, he actually rolled down from the hillside. The distance wasn't very far, and they could roughly see the person's appearance with pure vision. It seemed to be an old man. At this time, Wang Hu's expression changed slightly. Without saying anything, he went forward and easily reached the bottom of the hill with a few leaps. He caught the old man who had slid down in his hands. Finally, Wang Hu put the old man on the ground and looked at him with a frown. Luocio led the maid and Taisetsu over and asked curiously, "Mr. Wang Hu, do you know this old man?" Wang Hu nodded and said solemnly, "This is the person I told you about before. He's the president of the Kelowna Dao Technique Association, the sect master of Kunlun, the 100 Tribulations Taoist. It's just that, what exactly did he encounter that caused him to be so severely injured?" Luocio looked at the old man, the 100 Tribulation Taoist. His shirt was gone, and there were many wounds on his naked upper body. Wang Hu frowned and took out a cinnabar fruit from his pocket. He planned to use it during the journey. He peeled it and held it in his hand. The juice of the cinnabar fruit dripped into 100 Tribulations Taoist lips and then seeped into his mouth. After that, Wang Hu turned his palm and patted the 100 Tribulation Taoist chest. After a while, the 100 Tribulation Taoist frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, the 100 Tribulation Taoist looked a little confused. He glanced around, and when he saw Wang Hu, his eyes lit up slightly. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Wang Hu said, "100 Tribulation Taoist, do you recognize me? I'm the guard of the White Tiger, young master, Huang Baifu, Wang Hu." The 100 Tribulation Taoist coughed twice and seemed to want to sit up. Wang Hu quickly reached out and helped him up. The 100 Tribulation Taoist then realized that Wang Hu's right arm was gone. A trace of surprise flashed in the 100 Tribulation Taoist's eyes. He got up just to give himself some time to think. This was not Wang Hu, but the White Tiger young master, Huang Baifu. However, as the saying went, the older the wiser. The 100 Tribulation Taoist quickly understood what Huang Baifu meant. He didn't want to reveal his identity. Obviously, it had something to do with the young people beside him. The 100 Tribulation Taoist then looked up and sized up the two men and one woman beside Huang Baifu. Luocio and Taisetsu didn't look anything special. They had typical Oriental faces. But when he saw the servant girl, the 100 Tribulation Taoist's expression changed obviously. The 100 Tribulation Taoist hadn't left Kelowna for a long time, but he had seen Persians from the Western region. The Central region had never sent people from the Western region, but how did people from the Western region come here? Wang Hu. I remember, the little guy beside young Master Huang. The 100 Tribulation Taoist nodded. He's already so tall. Wang, whose forehead twitched, and he cursed in his heart that this old man really dared to take advantage of others. President 100 Tribulation Taoist, now is not the time to reminisce. Let's talk about your situation first. After the transfer, what happened to you? The 100 Tribulation Taoist pondered for a while, and then looked at Luoqiu and the other two, and asked slowly, "These people are—" "I'm Boss Luo. The other two are his employees. Boss Luo once saved Wang Hu. Wang Hu said casually he came here after us. Boss Luo isn't very familiar with the Taoist and monster world." Although the words were simple, it was enough for the 100 Tribulation Taoists to understand what Huang Baifu wanted to say. The three of them were protected by Huang Bai's talisman. They were new transcendents who came to the divine land by chance. 100 Tribulation Taoists knew that there were some lucky people who got the cultivation method from the market. The 100 Tribulation Taoists nodded, and then sighed. "This is a long story." Then the 100 Tribulation Taoist told him about his experience with Songjin, Shueming, and Tushan after entering this place. Then they met the terrifying Gaia, and both sides were almost wiped out. Only a few lucky people survived, and the 100 Tribulation Taoist stayed behind to fight alone. After killing those 6, my old bones couldn't take it anymore. The 100 Tribulation Taoist sighed. 100 Tribulations Taoist sighed and said, "If they hadn't suddenly stopped, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape either." "I didn't expect you to encounter that thing too." Wang Hu sighed. At the same time, he was even more shocked. There was more than one of that thing. What was even more unexpected was that when he was separated, the Kelowna Tao Demon Association suffered a devastating attack, and only a few escaped. 100 Tribulation Taoist, you risked your life and stayed behind to bury the bodies of my people. Wang, who took a deep breath, I appreciate your kindness. Although this place is dangerous, don't worry. I'll keep you safe even if I have to sacrifice myself. You're too serious. The 100 Tribulation Taoist shook his head. Although Huang Baifu was known as the most outstanding descendant of the White Tiger clan in hundreds of years, he was probably on par with the 100 Tribulation Taoist. Even the 100 Tribulation Taoist almost lost his life. Taoist priest, can you describe in detail the situation when you encountered the enemy? Luoqiu asked abruptly. The 100 Tribulation Taoist was stunned, but he didn't refuse. He said, "They call themselves Gaia, like two halves of the same mold. Their bodies can change shape, their hands can shoot out terrifying energy like cannons, and they have strong close combat ability." Gaia? It was the servant girl from the club who spoke. The 100 Tribulation Taoist hurriedly said, "Miss, do you know anything about it?" The servant girl said indifferently, "I'm just a little curious about its name. In ancient Greek mythology, Gaia is the god of earth, the mother of all gods, and the first primitive god born from chaos. Taoist, you said it's a battle weapon, but it calls itself Gaia. Of course, I'm curious." The 100 Tribulation Taoist nodded. "I've thought about what you said, but the Western god system is different from the Kelowna system. It said that in ancient times the Kelowna god system and the other god systems in the big world had a secret agreement. Each god system ruled their own land and didn't interfere with each other. If this Gaia is really made by a god system outside of Kelowna, it's really worrying." Yi smiled faintly, but it could just be a coincidence. After all, no matter how you put it, Gaia, as Mother Earth, is far from the combat weapon that the Taoists spoke of. Furthermore, Gaia is not the only Mother Earth hypothesis in Western scholarship. There are so many meanings in a name. Daz asked with a confused look at this moment. "Yes." Luoqiu smiled slightly at this time. A scientist in the UK once proposed a hypothesis called Gaia hypothesis, that is, a complex system that can interact with each other formed between the world's living and non-living things, are also known as Gaia consciousness. That is, a pure collection of consciousness composed of all living things. Oh, I see. Taisetsu's brain was in a knot, and he asked directly, Boss, do you still want to eat the cinnabar fruit? Keep it for yourself. Luocho couldn't help but smile. Taisetsu shrugged. I don't understand. I'm in despair. What can I do? Go back to school? Gaia's consciousness. The 100 Tribulation Taoist suddenly said. Speaking of which, they call themselves Gaia, but their actions are unified and they are very coordinated with each other. It's as if they can share the same perception. It's really like they share a consciousness. Yu Yi said indifferently. It's too simple to understand it like that. Gaia's consciousness isn't that cheap. The battle weapons you encountered might be controlled by an intelligent system. Of course, we still need to take a sample and study it to understand the specific situation. Wang, who had seen how powerful this blonde woman was. At this time, he secretly shook his head, thinking that this blonde woman really didn't give anyone a good face. She even disregarded the real big boss of the Tao Association. Seriously, maybe this is what a newbie is like, a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. The 100 Tribulation Taoists didn't care and comforted. There are new talents in every generation. If you can study it, it's indeed a blessing for me, Kelowna. If you can find a way to deal with this kind of battle weapons, you can be considered to have done a great deed. This old man is not bad. Taisetsu glanced at one and threw a cinnabar fruit to the 100 Tribulation Taoist as a snack. This thing seemed to be good for the body. Wang, who ate a few with added ingredients, but it didn't seem to have an effect yet. This cinnabar fruit seems to be freshly picked. Could it be? The 100 Tribulation Taoist frowned at this time. The Tao demons attracted Gaia because they touched the heaven and earth treasures in this place and suffered heavy casualties in the end. Yes, I just picked it. Is there a problem, Taoist? Wang, who asked confusedly. The 100 Tribulation Taoist quickly asked, How long have you been picking it? About an hour? Taisetsu then said. The 100 Tribulation Taoist frowned. It shouldn't be. But not long after we collected the heaven and earth treasures here, we found Gaia. Why are you all fine? Taoist, can you tell us in detail what Gaia said when it appeared? Luocho suddenly thought of something. The 100 Tribulation Taoist recalled. Gaia, the administrator of the Trial Treasure House, at your service, dear subscriber. It should have said something like that. Before this, we thought that this place might be related to that place. That place? Wang, who was stunned, and then seemed to realize something, and said in surprise, That mysterious place that claimed to sell everything? The 100 Tribulation Taoist nodded, and then told him what you 3 years ago said to warn people. Although Wang, who was young, he had heard of the legend of an 8-tailed celestial fox in the demon realm of Kelowna. The 100 Tribulation Taoist sighed and said, This place is weird. You can see treasures everywhere which may not be seen in the outside world for thousands of years. If that place really claimed to sell everything, I'm afraid it's just like this. Wang, whose face suddenly became solemn. But Luocho couldn't help but feel strange after hearing the 100 Tribulation Taoist speculation. This seems to be a big misunderstanding. Should I clarify it? But according to the 100 Tribulation Taoist's description of the situation when Gaia appeared, Luocho had a strong sense of déjà vu from Gaia's tone. What's your plan now, Master 100 Tribulation Taoist? Wang, who frowned and asked. The 100 Tribulation Taoist said, I met a junior called Jiang Zhua, who was lucky enough to escape during the disaster. Unfortunately, I met a few more Gaias, so I could only send Jiang Zhua away. I want to find this junior. I can't let him fall into a trap. Wang, who hesitated. If it was a member of the White Tiger clan who was sent away, he would say that he would look for Jiang Zhua together, but this was a member of the Tao Association. As if he could read Wang Hu's mind, the 100 Tribulations Taoist heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. I roughly remember the location under the Mingta Mountain. It's dangerous here. Wang Hu, why don't you bring these people to the Mingta Mountain? Maybe you can find a way to leave. Wang Hu frowned, seeming to be hesitating. By the way, is that the Gaia you were talking about? Unexpectedly, Taisetsu pointed to the sky. Wang Hu and the 100 Tribulation Taoist looked up at the same time. Their faces changed dramatically. Above the sky, what they saw was a black mass, many Gaias like bats flying out from the cliff cave. The number was enough to make Wang Hu and the 100 Tribulation Taoists despair. Luochio pressed the button on the side of his black-rimmed glasses curiously. Chapter 1070. It continued to expand and expand, as if it had entered a state of rapid proliferation. The myriad essence pool was now laid out in front of Jiang Zuo. The space above the pool was only enough for 50 Gaias to print at the same time, but now it expanded several times. Not only that, it was stacked layer by layer like a Rubik's Cube. In front of him, thousands of Gaias were printing at the same time. It was like a munitions factory that accidentally pressed the button to explode soldiers. When the printed Gaias were activated one by one, a gap suddenly appeared above the myriad essence pool. The activated Gaias flew out of this gap, one after another. Attack! The Gaia that was accidentally activated by Jiang's issued a cold command. More Gaias rushed out from the gap above. Attack! Who was attacking? Could it be that the Taoists and demons had already attacked this place? No, he heard from President Bai Jia that the Taoists and demons had suffered heavy casualties. Who could it be? Could the leader of 100 Calamity kill his way here by himself? This was not impossible, but in Jiang's opinion, it was almost impossible. But at this moment, the scene in front of him made Jiang realize who the enemy Gaia was facing was. In front of the activated Gaia, a huge screen was projected. A set of scenes that Jiang was very familiar with appeared on the screen. It was the scene of the battle between the Gaia sect and the valiant Taoist with the sword, but the recording angle was somewhat different from what Jiang saw. It seemed to be from another Gaia's memory system. This set of scenes didn't record the end of the battle. Only half of the battle was recorded. It was when the Taoist with the sword killed everyone, and a large number of Gaias were destroyed and fell from the sky. F***CK. Could it be that option, inheritance? Jiang had a strange expression on his face. This Gaia that I activated inherited the memory of a Gaia that was destroyed in the war. Its memory is still in the war, and after connecting with this memory seamlessly, it thought that the war is still going on, so it exploded its troops. Penglai Treasure Vault entered Level 1 alert mode. All transactions paused, all unregistered life forms in the treasure vault are cleared. Myriad Pool entering maximum production mode. Gaia gave out cold orders which made Jiang's scalp go numb. He suddenly regretted it. He felt that he might have caused those Taoists and demons who had luckily escaped to fall into an unprecedented crisis. Wait, you misunderstood. Hey, that person is long gone. Jiang was shouted at Gaia, who was giving out the order, activating subscriber protection program. But at this moment, Gaia waved her hand in Jiang, so his body was swept by a halo that appeared from the ground. After that, he fell into a pillar of light that was as tall as a person, as if he was put into a container. After that, the ground split open, and the entire container was sucked into the ground. Jiang only felt that his surroundings were dark, but his vision soon recovered. He seemed to be trapped in a special space, trapped in a strange light container. He couldn't cry for help and couldn't cry for help. After an unknown amount of time, I knew you would come here. A voice came from behind Jiang. Jiang was shivered and turned around in fear. He looked behind him. There was a similar light container behind him, and in this container there was another person. He was dressed in coarse sackcloth and had an imposing appearance, like a man who walked out of an ancient drama. Who are you? Jiang asked in surprise. Me. The imposing man seemed to be deep in thought. After a while he said, Wuwa should be this name. What's my surname again? Your surname is Gongsun. At this time, another clear female voice sounded from the side of Jiang. He subconsciously looked over and found that it was another container of light. Inside it was a charming woman. Yes, Gongsun. I remember now. The man. Gong Sun Wu laughed and said, "Little brother, my name is Gong Sun Wu. I remember now. I'm really sorry. I've been trapped in this place for too long. I can only kill time by practicing martial arts. As I practice, I forget things." As he practiced, he forgot things. "Brother, how long have you been practicing?" Jiang Zhou shuddered and looked at the woman beside him. The woman was lying lazily, but her eyes kept looking at him, which made Jiang Zhou's hair stand on end. "I'm Jiang Zhou." Jiang Zhou took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Now I'm trapped here. I don't know if you two seniors can help me." Senior Gong Sun said that I would definitely come in. What did he mean? Did you two seniors know I would come? You're pretty smart, kid. The woman chuckled and said, "Of course we knew you would come. That's because we were able to see everything you did outside. Seniors, are you the owner of this place?" Jiang's was face changed. At this time, the woman coldly snorted and seemed to have a temperamental personality. She coldly said, "If the two of us were the masters of this place, would we be trapped in this damned place without seeing the light of day?" Then, same as you, Gong Sun Wu sighed and said, "Put your hand on the light screen in front of you. Then you'll know why we knew you would come." Jiang Zhou hesitated and finally put his hand on the light screen. When he put his hand down, Jiang Zhou was startled. The familiar blue screen suddenly appeared in front of him. "This is..." Jiang Zhou stared at the content on the screen and was surprised. "As you can see, although we can't go out, we can see what's happening outside through this light screen. Although we can't see anything except for a few core places, it's enough for us to know what's happening outside." Gong Sun Wu shook his head and said, "Not only you, but also the Taoist who came with you and the monster race. We can see everything clearly. Seniors, may I ask?" Jiang Zhou frowned while looking at the blue light screen. The woman said, "You've seen the scene of the battle between Tai Bai and Gaia, right?" Tai Bai. Was he the Taoist who held the sword? Jiang Zhou nodded subconsciously. The woman sighed and said slowly, "That year, Tai Bai and I broke into this place together, but fate made fools of us. We met by chance and became the so-called subscribers. But later, for some unknown reason, Tai Bai suddenly attacked and wantonly destroyed this place, causing Gaia to chase after him." The woman suddenly let out a bitter laugh. "Tai Bai's sword is too sharp. He killed who knows how many Gaias. In the end, this war went out of control. Gong Sun and I were sent to this place, nominally for protection. What's funny is that the two of us came together with Tai Bai. After that battle, Tai Bai disappeared and there was only one Gaia left. It seemed to be seriously injured and fell into hibernation. Gong Sun and I have been trapped in this place because of this." She sighed and shook her head. "Speaking of which, we can't count how much time has passed. Little brother, how is the outside world these years?" Jiang Zhou looked around. There was nothing in this place. It was like a space of nothingness. There was no alternation of day and night. The passing of time was very vague. They were trapped in a narrow container of light. The only thing they could do to pass time was to peep at the situation outside through the screen. If it were him, he would be driven crazy in a few months, not to mention a few years. Wait, a few years? These two people entered together with the Taoist Tai Bai in the memory recording. That Taoist Tai Bai was very powerful. How come he had never heard of him? Looking at their clothes again, Jiang Zhou asked cautiously, "Seniors, how long have you been trapped here?" Gong Sun Wu said, 2 or 3 years. I can only make a rough estimate. By the way, little brother, your clothes are quite strange. Where did you come from? You don't look like someone from Persia in the Western region. 2 or 3 years, Persia in the Western region. Basically, people didn't use these terms anymore. Jiang Zhou seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly said, "Seniors, do you remember what dynasty it was before you came here?" "It should be the 3rd year and 6th month of the enlightened martial sect." The woman looked at Jiang Zhou and asked in surprise, "Is there a problem?" The third year of the enlightened martial sect. The third year of the enlightened martial sect. The third year of the enlightened martial sect? Jiang's kept repeating. Suddenly, he sat down and looked at Gong Sun Wua and the charming woman with a pale face. Seniors, the third year of the enlightened martial sect was 500 years ago. What? The charming woman and Gong Sun Wua's face changed dramatically at the same time. The number of 8 million kept refreshing on Luocho's glasses. Finally, there was a number 678. 678 seemed to be the current number of these Gaias. Of course, this number was still increasing. Gaias flew out from a gap in the sky endlessly, making it impossible to know how many of them it could reach in the end. After these Gaias rushed out of the gap in the sky, they instantly split into several batches and flew in different directions. One of them flew toward Luo Chio's direction. "Master?" Yu Yi whispered in Luocho's ear. Luocho blinked and looked at the gap that the Gaias flew out from. When the number of Gaias reached 1,000, the gap suddenly closed. Luocho pondered for a while and said, "Didn't you say that we can only know after researching?" "Just in time. We have the research material." Yu Yi nodded. Her master's meaning was very clear. Miss Maid raised her head to take a look. These rapidly approaching Gaias were like empty shells. Although they could move, in the eyes of Master, they were probably just lifeless objects. "Do you want to fight?" Daz rotated his arms at this moment. At the same time, he twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. "I only need 2 samples. Yu Yi said indifferently, "I'm responsible for catching them. You just clean up the hindrances. These are just lifeless objects. Don't hesitate." Daz shrugged. Although the Gaia of these girls' faces were very delicate and cute, it was another kind of impression when matched with the cannon-like arms. "Don't worry." Taisetsu smiled. "I'm not a good person," but Taisetsu's words were soon interrupted by someone, the voice of 100 Calamity Taoist. "Don't be reckless." 100 Calamity Taoist stood up abruptly. "You don't know how terrible these things are. You can't deal with such a large number, even if it's only one. Facing them, we can only avoid them for the time being." The 100 Tribulations Taoist had killed several of them earlier and had almost exhausted all of his vitality. Now that he had eaten some cinnabar fruits, he didn't have enough time to recover. He couldn't help but feel anxious. He was afraid that these 3 were still young and impulsive. But Wang, who couldn't help but smile bitterly, "President 100 Calamity, it's too late, we're surrounded." 100 Calamity Taoist was shocked. Not only were there a group of Gaias in front of them, but there was also a group of Gaias behind the hillside where they were, forming a pincer attack. Wang, who had to clench his teeth. The Tiger King tattoo on his body was emerging rapidly, and some animal characteristics began to appear on his body. On the crystal of the black-rimmed glasses, Wang Hu's value began to rise rapidly. For million, 5 million, 7 million, 7 million and 600,000, 7 million and 700,000, 7 million and 900,000, 7 million and 900,000. After that, Wang Hu's value didn't increase again, but it had increased by nearly 3 times compared to the beginning. Luocho adjusted his glasses. This was the so-called increase in combat power after transforming. "President, Boss Luo, good luck." Wang, who clenched his teeth, bent his legs slightly and jumped. "Let me see if I can buy you some time, at most 10 breaths." Even so, facing so many Gaias, if each one was as terrifying as the one he dealt with before, let alone 10 breaths, Wang Hu was not confident in 5 breaths. But at this moment, a figure flashed directly to Wang Hu's side and stopped him with one hand. "What are you doing?" Wang Hu was furious. "Don't make trouble." Taisetsu shook his head and pressed Wang Hu down. Then he broke the necklace on his neck with one hand. The key of the necklace suddenly burst out a bright light in Taisetsu's hand, and then an ancient sword formed in his palm. "Just stand there obediently if you are sick." After saying that, Taisetsu grabbed the materialized Janlu's sword and bent his knees slightly. Then, like a rocket, he rushed into the sky and slashed towards the Gaias. In midair, Taisetsu swung the Janlu sword horizontally, and a huge crescent appeared. The crescent extended to 100 meters long and rushed towards the hundreds of Gaias. At this moment, the Gaias in the sky all used their arms to form a light shield in front of them, blocking the crescent. With a loud sound, the light shields of the 3 Gaias in the front instantly cracked, and they were instantly cut in half by the crescent. The momentum of the crescent moon did not weaken and continued to soar into the sky. In the sky, more than a dozen Gaias were cut in half at the waist. The moment they were cut in half, their bodies were directly blown up. With this swing of the sword, more than 10 flames exploded in the sky. At this moment, Taisetsu swung the Janlu sword and rushed towards the rest of the Atom Gaias. Taisetsu attacked the Gaias in front of him. As for Miss Maid, she did not stay idle. She leaped onto the hillside and looked at the Gaias rushing out from behind the hillside. She brushed her hair that was messed up by the wind behind her ear. Then she swung her hand in front of her, and more than 10 black flames shot out. Yu Ye's fingers flicked the black flames one by one, as if she was pressing the black keys of a piano. The small black fireballs seemed to have been precisely calculated and hit the Gaias one by one. Burn. Only ashes were left after they were burned. Huang Baifu, you just said that they have just become transcendence in Kelowna. 100 Tribulations Taoist opened his mouth and looked at Wang, who with a dumbfounded expression. Wang, whose expression was not much better than 100 Tribulations Taoists. He subconsciously said, maybe these Gaias are weaker. But at this moment, an ear-piercing sound was suddenly heard. In the sky, 10 Gaias stretched out their arms at the same time. The cannons on their arms instantly fired at the same time. Instantly, 20 beams of light shot towards Wang, who an 100 Tribulations Taoist. Wang, who an 100 Tribulations Taoist, couldn't help but gasp. Wang, who was confident that he could dodge it, but 100 Tribulations Taoist, was so weak that he was afraid at this moment. Luochio, who was standing next to them, reached out and grabbed the beams of light. Then he swung his arm, and the 20 beams of light were forcefully changed direction a few meters away and were shot to the side. The 20 beams of light hit the stone forest in front of them, and a terrifying explosion rose up. The stone forest was blown into a huge crater that was more than 100 meters wide. The terrifying shockwave immediately blew back, making Luochio's clothes flutter. As for the 10 Gaias who launched the sneak attack, 10 black fire pillars suddenly appeared above their heads. Under the impact of the black fire pillars, the 10 Gaias were directly annihilated. "Are you two okay?" Luochio turned around. Elder Mr. Wang Hu. Who the hell is weak? Chapter 1071. When there were only 2 Gaias left on the hillside, Miss Maid waved her hands and clenched her fists. Short swords formed by black flames shot out from between her fingers. She held 3 swords in each hand. The black and white dress fluttered in the air, but it wasn't sexy at all because the long dress had already covered the beauty of the group. You can never see the part of those wonderful legs. The 2 Gaias chose to engage in close combat. The cannons in their hands turned into sharp blades in an instant. They rushed toward you, Yi from the left and right. At this moment, Yi lowered her body and then jumped up. Her body spun quickly in midair, and the black short swords between her fingers shot out from her hands. 6 black lights flashed by like a meteor. With extreme speed, they pierced through the bodies of the 2 Gaias and nailed them to the ground. Although the 2 Gaias had lost their ability to move, they could still move their arms. Their pupils suddenly lit up, and their hands turned into cannons again. Miss Maid frowned and rushed forward again. The black flame long swords appeared out of thin air. There was no swordsmanship involved. It was purely because of the extreme speed. When Yu flashed past the two Gaias like a ghost, their legs and arms were directly chopped off, leaving only their torso. Battle failed. Self-destruction sequence activated. When the motionless voice of one of the Gaias sounded, its mouth opened slightly, and a huge amount of energy formed in its body. Yu Ye's eyes focused slightly. When she was about to do something, the two Gaias who were about to self-destruct suddenly rushed into the air. With a dazzling light, terrifying energy was released from their bodies. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the place of the explosion. However, the ripple didn't spread far before it began to shrink in an instant. As if it was being compressed by something, it was also as if time was flowing backward. The destructive energy was finally compressed until only a faint light was left. Finally, it scattered with the wind. Yi picked up the arm that was cut off from the Gaia on the ground and returned to Luacio's side. Sorry for making you worry, Master. There's no way to self-destruct. Luacio shook his head lightly. Then he reached out and tucked a strand of Miss Maid's messy hair behind her ear. He said softly, as long as you're fine. Yu Yi said softly, the power of this explosion isn't enough to hurt me. Don't worry, Master. But there will be times when I want to attack. Luacio smiled. He couldn't always hide behind her, even though he hadn't encountered a situation where she would be injured. On the side, the boss and the maid whispered softly. After Daz glanced at them, he sighed. He raised the Jean-Loup sword in his hand and muttered, Buddy, are you full? The Jean-Loup sword hummed softly. Taisetsu shook his head and looked up. He was not as fast as Miss Maid to deal with the female combat weapons. There were still more than 10 of them left. However, it wasn't slow. Only less than a minute had passed since the start of the battle. Despite the large number of Gaia, compared to the void original demon in the dimensional crevice that Daz experienced, it was really a small fry in the presence of a great one. At this moment, more than a dozen Gaias surrounded the city at this time, trapping Daz in the middle, but they suddenly stopped. The pupils of the Gaias suddenly flashed. Something shot out from their pupils. It seemed that they wanted to pass through Taisetsu's body. Taisetsu frowned. In fact, dozens of seconds ago, some of the Gaias had done the same thing to him. However, Taisetsu felt that it might be some kind of attack, so he kept dodging. Now that more than 10 Gaias surrounded him, it was difficult to dodge. Taisetsu, they will self-destruct. Don't force yourself if you can't stop them, Yu Yi said softly. Oh, okay. Taisetsu shrugged. Then he chuckled and raised the Jean-Loup sword in his hand. Buddy, since that's the case, let's go for the big one. Taisetsu had been dodging the strange lights that shot out from the Gaia's eyes. He was a little frustrated. Now that he had received the order, how could he hesitate? In an instant, the clouds in the sky rolled, and the wind and clouds changed color. An enormous sword of light slowly descended from the cloud vortex at this moment. It was difficult to estimate the physique of this rolling light sword. What it said was only the tip of the blade. At this time, Daz suddenly waved the Jean-Loup sword in his hand, and the huge light soared in the sky fell in an instant. Heavenly sword. A low voice sounded from Daz's mouth. The huge lightsaber also plunged into the ground at this moment. It was as if there was an invisible giant above the clouds, holding the sword hilt with both hands and thrusting it into the ground. In the instant that the gigantic sword of light descended, the remaining Gaias all raised their hands, as if instinctively blocking it. However, they couldn't block it. They couldn't block it at all. The light shield was instantly annihilated. When the huge sword of light finally pierced the ground, more than a dozen bursts of sparks dotted the blade of the huge sword of light. Boom! When the blade landed on the ground, a sword hum resounded through the sky. Following that, a wave of air spread out from the flat bottom and swept out in all directions. The wave of air spread out for over 1,000 meters before it gradually calmed down. The huge light sword gradually shattered, and the scattered light scattered with the wind. Taisetsu, slowly landed on the ground and panted slightly. He looked at the scene in front of him. The entire stone forest had disappeared, and only a huge crack was left. Taisetsu shrugged and walked to Luochio. He smiled and said, "Boss, I didn't stop for a moment. Heavenly Sword?" Luochio suddenly asked, I just said a random name." Taisetsu shrugged and said, "I feel that moves with names are more powerful." "As long as you're happy." Luochio smiled. He didn't care about this kind of thing. Heavenly Sword. When the huge light sword dissipated, the battle was over, and only a huge crack was left. Wang Hu and the 100 Tribulations, Taoist, slowly sighed in relief. Wang, who immediately dispersed his Tiger King tattoo. Even though this was only the first stage of the divine beast transformation, Wang Hu knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand the giant sword of light that was descending from the sky, even if he went all out at the third stage. That was probably beyond the power of the strongest Tao querying realm cultivator in Kelowna's transcendental realm. The gap between the levels was like the gap between heaven and earth. There's always someone better than you. The 100 Tribulations Taoist sighed and said, "Huang Baifu, it seems that our vision is still too narrow." Wang Hu smiled bitterly. He couldn't deny the 100 Tribulations Taoist's words. Whether it was the woman in white who could fight to a draw with him, Gaia under the control of the old ghost, or Boss Luo and the other two. Wang, who had always boasted that he had few opponents in the world. Looking at the whole Kelowna, except for a few old guys who felt that they were on par. Only Shinryu in Kelowna couldn't be defeated. Shinryu couldn't be defeated. Shinryu represented the fate of the whole Kelowna. Being an enemy of him was equivalent to being an enemy of the whole Kelowna. No one could beat him. In front of him, the Boss Luo and the other two, whether it was Taisetsu's Heavenly Sword, the exotic woman Yu Ye's strange black fire and extreme speed, or Boss Luo's methods, Wang Hu was drenched in cold sweat. Only when one was in the situation could one feel the difference in power. No matter how one described it afterward, it was difficult to describe the mystery. Wang, who could feel how terrifying the power of the self-destruction of the two Gaias was, such terrifying power of self-destruction, yet it was so easily dissipated. The difficulty of blocking and dissipating a power was like the fault between civilizations. It was a level that Wang Hu couldn't touch at all. "Thank you, Elder Luo, Taoist Luo, for your help." The 100 Tribulations Taoist was indeed an evergreen tree in the Tao world who had lived for thousands of years. He had seen all kinds of storms. Although he was now the leader of Kelowna's Tao world, he started as a small Taoist and didn't have a high aptitude. However, he had indeed seen the brilliant era of cultivators and seen too many geniuses of that era. Thus, he was very calm at this time. "I'm not a Taoist. I don't cultivate Tao." Luochio shook his head at this time. "I don't know what Tao is either, so I don't deserve to be called a Taoist." The 100 Tribulations Taoist was startled. This mysterious young man was honest. He thought quickly and seemed to see the hope of leaving this dangerous place from Luochio. He said directly, "Then I'll call you Boss Luo, just like Wang Hu." Luochio could only nod. "Boss Luo." The 100 Tribulations Taoist sighed and said, "I have a request. I wonder if Boss Luo can help?" "Of course. I won't let Boss Luo help me for free." At this time, Luochio sighed and suddenly said, "Elder, it's better if you don't say this, but since you've said it, then I can't do anything." The 100 Tribulations Taoist was stunned. At this time, Luochio smiled and stood in front of the 100 Tribulations Taoist. He bowed slightly and said, "Honorable guest, is there anything I can help you with? No matter what you want, this shop will serve you." "Boss Luo." "Boss." "Shop." Instantly, the 100 Tribulations Taoist's eyes opened wide. He finally realized something and blurted out, "Is it that place?" "Yes. I didn't expect." The 100 Tribulations Taoist was absent-minded for a while and finally sighed, "It's only in this mountain, deep in the clouds. I'm going crazy." At the bottom of the crevice created by the Heaven Sword, A head rolled down due to the loosening of the soil. Beep, beep, beep. There was such a sound coming from the rolling head. This was without a doubt the head of one of the Gaias. Scan successful. Alien source possession rate 79. 64%. Level 1 authorization passed, bang. But the moment the head fell to the bottom, it exploded automatically. She seemed to have heard something. In the cave, Qin Chiu, who was sitting cross-legged to heal her wounds, suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, Su Zijuan, who was leaning against a rock and dozing off, also woke up. Jessica didn't know what happened, but when she saw her master and Qin Chiu's serious expression, she couldn't help but feel nervous. At this time, Qin Chiu's green lotus sword, which had never left her hand, suddenly made a loud sword sound and started to tremble slightly. This kind of trembling seemed to be hard to calm down. Even if Qin Chiu stretched out her hand and wiped the sword blade, she still couldn't calm down the trembling of the green lotus sword. This place is really a place with good feng shui. Su Zijuan stood up slowly. A green lotus sword, unyielding and unyielding, and now a Haran sword. Heke. Very strong sword intent. Qin Chiu frowned. I can't even calm down the instinct of the green lotus sword. Su Zijuan said indifferently, a magical sword has a spirit, let alone a magical sword that has cultivated a sword spirit. Every sword is unique. No matter if it's a killing sword, an arrogant sword, or a self-proclaimed king sword, it can't escape from the competition. Isn't this a normal thing? The crux of the matter is, who is the one who unleashed this sword intent that was filled with righteous qi? Qin Chiu directly lifted the green lotus sword and stood up, walking towards the outside of the cave. In just a few steps, she had already walked out of the cave. Qin Chiu gazed at the primeval forest in front of her, and then climbed over the overlapping mountain peaks. She saw the clouds were surging, and a giant light sword was falling from the sky at this moment. It seemed that as long as one was in this place, all kinds of strange things would happen. Even though she already knew this, Su Zijuan couldn't help but slightly open her mouth when she saw this giant light sword falling down. That place isn't where we were before. Jessica woke up with a start. Su Zijuan pondered quickly, then looked at Qin Chiu and asked, "How's your recovery?" "About 70% of my power has been restored," Qin Chiu said with a solemn face. 70% power, whether it was really 70% or not. Su Zijuan didn't fully believe it. She nodded directly and said quickly, then, "I need to exercise." Qin Chiu didn't say anything, but just drew the green lotus sword down slowly and closed her eyes at the same time. Jessica didn't understand what the two were communicating with each other, but she instinctively felt something wrong. At this moment, Su Zijuan directly waved her arm, and the blood-red demon power turned into a giant claw, climbing all the way along the stone wall outside the cave, and finally clawing at something fiercely. At the same time, with a clang, Qin Chiu directly waved the green lotus sword in her hand, and a cyan sword light shot out instantly. At the top of the mountain peak, two Gaias slowly flew out from the left and right side of the mountain peak. Target discovered. Exterminate. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out. Su Zijuan's eyes narrowed, and the huge claw condensed from demon power retracted in a flash. It shrank around the three of them and directly blocked the beam of light. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, there were already dozens of Gaias in front of them. Su Zijuan frowned and looked at her palm. There was a red wound on her palm, like a scratch, but it healed itself quickly. Su Zijuan muttered, "I feel that these are different from the previous one, and they seem to be much weaker, but the number, were they bullying them with numbers?" Chapter 1072. Rumble. Dozens of light beams shot from the top of the cave and converged at the entrance of the cave where Su Zijuan and the other two were. The huge energy seemed to be able to tear everything apart. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain where the cave was located had been destroyed. Smoke and dust poured down like a vicious sandstorm, covering the forest below. But the Gaias in the sky didn't stop. Instead, they divided into two groups and dived down. There was a stream of air flowing rapidly in the smoke and dust. Chin-Chiyu, Suzy, and Jessica broke through the smoke and dust and rushed into the forest. They intended to use the complexity of the primitive forest as the most natural barrier. This was the normal way to fight with fewer people against more people. But they didn't expect that the Gaias didn't care about the destruction. The Gaias recorded it down and launched a blanket attack on the forest without hesitation. Light beams shot out from their muzzles, one after another. Su Zijuan and Chin-Chiyu rushed out of the forest awkwardly. Jessica didn't have the ability to fly, so she could only hide in the forest for the time being. In Chin-Chiyu's hand, the green lotus sword song was bursting out majestic green lotus sword chi. She waved it from a distance, and the sword chi was shot out directly, but she was facing 39 Gaias. Discovered a Gaia scanned Chin-Chiyu's body, and finally fixed its eyes on green lotus sword song. At the same time, in the depth of Penglai treasure house, the first Gaia that was activated also received the message sent back by this Gaia. In the space of Myriad Essence Pool, the projection of Green Lotus Sword Song appeared in front of the first battle-type Gaia. And on the other side, the memory of the battle with Tai Bai Sword Immortal was also extracted. The Green Lotus Sword Song in the two projections started to overlap. The first Gaia issued a battle command directly. Target eliminated. First confirmed. After that, Gaia looked at the information from the other side. It was an image, and the person in the image was Daz. Level 1 authorized user confirmed, but that was all. After that, Gaia no longer paid attention to them. They were used for combat. Other than combat, there was only combat. Although there was a setting in the program to obey authority. Guarding the Penglai treasure vault was an order from a higher authority, the owner of the vault. However, the command not to attack Taisetsu also came from Gaia's mouth. Enemy danger index above normal. At this time, Gaia was analyzing the data of this batch of Gaias that had already been wiped out. Very soon it had a new judgment. Proposed production of special combat use Gaia. Requesting host. Requesting host. No reply from host. Entering independent thinking. Production of special combat use Gaia. As a result, the colorful and dazzling essences in the huge Myriad Essence pool suddenly seemed to boil up and churn in the pool. At the same time, Gaia had finished printing a new batch of mass-produced combat models. Another opening appeared above the Myriad Essence pool, and these mass-produced models instantly rushed out. When Su Zijuan wandered around these mass-produced models and attacked them one by one, she indeed felt that these Gaias were different from the one she encountered at the beginning. First of all, they were much weaker in terms of ability. They were not invincible. At least, she could break the defense of these Gaias. She took a look at Chin-Chiyu. This woman relied on the Green Lotus Sword Song. Although it looked dangerous, she could still hold on for a long time. But at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above. From the crack, figures rushed out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. Seeing this, Su Zijuan's mood instantly turned bad. Stop fighting, stop fighting, stop fighting. Her monster power would eventually run out, but these Gaias kept increasing in number. How could Ba, who was hundreds of years older than her and still had the appearance of a young girl, not know the truth? Moreover, these Gaias were not ants. Even if they were alone, they could fight to a draw with her under normal circumstances. Fortunately, these Gaia's attack method was relatively simple. Chin-Chiyu, wait in front. If you can survive, continue to form a team. Su Zijuan shouted to the side. Instantly, her monster power drew out a huge blood-red fog. Then she rushed into the forest and lifted Jessica up. She didn't have a deep relationship with Chin-Chiyu. They were just a temporary team. Besides, she cared about the Green Lotus Sword Song, but that was all. When it was time to be ruthless, she would be ruthless. Chin Chiyu didn't feel unhappy after hearing that. She just took a look at the direction where Su Zijuan left. Then she calmed down and concentrated on dealing with her enemy. However, the Gaia that had appeared from the crack in the sky had also begun to join the battle. Every time the Green Lotus Sword Song was activated, it would consume a large amount of Fa Li. Even though this master's sword had the sharpness to easily cut through the Gaia, it could not withstand the huge consumption. The Green Lotus Sword Song was now making a soft sound. Chin Chiyu sighed. This sword was still unyielding and had the intention to continue the fight. It's a pity that I'm not master after all, so I can't release all your power. Chin Chiyu heaved a sigh. She knew that retreating could only help her hide for a lifetime. These Gaias were endless. If she couldn't find a way to leave here, she would have to fight them eventually. But Chin Chiyu stopped, facing the encircling Gaias alone. The new batch of Gaias didn't chase after Su Zijuan. Instead, they blocked all of Chin Chiyu's escape routes, which made her feel extremely desperate. I don't disgrace the name of Huan Jindao. Chin Chiyu held the Green Lotus Sword Song with a resolute look. I'm the disciple of Tai Bai Sword Immortal. As if it felt Chin Chiyu's rising fighting intent, the soft sound of the Green Lotus Sword Song suddenly turned into a resounding sword sound. Streaks of green sword light shot out from the Green Lotus Sword Song. At this moment, a green lotus seemed to rise around Chin Chiyu. Every petal of the lotus contained the supreme sword intent of the Green Lotus Sword Song. As if it was singing, Zhao Ke's beard tassels, Wu Go's snow-white hooks. A silver saddle shines on a white horse, moving as valiantly as a shooting star, killing one person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for thousands of miles, leaving when the matter is done, hiding his identity and name. Chin Chiyu allowed the Green Lotus Sword Song to move her arm and allowed it to crazily demand her Fa Li. At this moment, Chin Chiyu closed her eyes. She seemed to have gone back to the distant past. On the peak of the mountain of the Huan Zhendao Temple, she saw the man in white drinking wine, practicing sword, writing poems, watching the clouds move by and smiling at her. As if she had caught something, Chin Chiyu suddenly opened her eyes between life and death. That huge green lotus bloomed at this moment, and countless green lights rushed up to the sky, killing one person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for thousands of miles. The sword auras did not rush out for thousands of miles. They eventually dissipated in the sky, turning into specks of starlight. The 17 Gaias had been completely shredded into pieces by the massive amount of sword auras under the full bloom of the green lotus. But it was only a small part of this batch of Gaias. They quickly filled the gap and raised their arms that had turned into cannons. Waves of powerful energy quickly gathered on the mass-produced Gaia. Chin Chiyu raised her head, glancing around, and then glancing at the Green Lotus Sword Song in her hand. Green Lotus Sword, classic? I finally touched Master's figure. Sanyang didn't disappoint you, did she? The moment she touched the level of that man's swordsmanship was also the moment of her death. Chin Chiyu felt relieved in her heart. Hundreds of light beams shot out, gathering on Chin Chiyu's body with the power to penetrate everything. Time seemed to slow down. Chin Chiyu slowly closed her eyes. Little fox, how did you get hurt? Sanyang didn't find you after all. Everything suddenly became quiet. Chin Chiyu only heard the sound of the wind and the sound of footsteps. She opened her eyes and saw that those beams of light didn't penetrate her body in the end. These powerful beams of light seemed to have been frozen and stopped less than a meter away from her body. But they were still connected to the cannons on Gaia's arms, forming such a weird scene. Are you okay? Chin Chiyu suddenly turned around. Outside the light beams that surrounded her, she saw a young man leading the beautiful maid, walking over slowly. The floating Gaias in the sky still stopped. Chin Chiyu revealed a surprised look. She didn't know why this man appeared in this place. But obviously she was saved because of this man's appearance. Luo Qiu walked over slowly. Those light beams that had paused in front of him dispersed little by little. No matter how powerful the energy contained in them was, they were blown away by the wind like light dust after dispersing. This kind of dissipation spread along the light beams and finally spread to the Gaia's bodies. Gaia's bodies also started to disperse at this moment. In the end, only one Gaia remained. This Gaia seemed to be wrapped by some kind of power, slowly landing on the ground. Its body was stiff and motionless, as if it had become a statue. "How did you get hurt?" Luoqiu blinked and asked. Qin Chiyu thought about the current situation at the fastest speed. She was saved by Luoqiu, or to be exact, by the club. She was very clear about the nature of this club. It would help if it was needed. But because of this nature, it naturally had to pay a price if it needed to help. She had paid a certain price in the past. Qin Chiyu later bought a temporary stay in the club. But obviously, this wasn't the reason why Luoqiu should help. Qin Chiyu looked at the wound on her arm. It was cut by the sharp blade on Gaia's hand. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. Not only that, there was also a similar wound on her leg and back. Red blood stained her white clothes. Compared to this, why are you here? Qin Chiyu frowned but relaxed instead. Perhaps it was because of the fact that the other party only acted for the sake of benefits that they felt at ease. Someone asked us to. At that moment, Luo Qiu said softly, "An old man hopes that we can take away the members of the Tao world and the demon world safely. Miss Qin is also a member of the Tao world in Kelowna, so of course you're within our service scope." "Who?" Qin Chiyu was silent for a moment before slowly spitting out a word. Luoqiu didn't answer, but just smiled faintly. "You won't easily reveal the information of your patron." Qin Chiyu nodded. "That is to say, I'm safe for the time being, right?" "That's right." Luoqiu nodded. Qin Chiyu heaved a sigh of relief, but her body had reached its limit. She closed her eyes, falling down towards Luoqiu instantly. At this distance, she would definitely bump into her master. Miss Servant Girl of the club directly stepped forward, stretching out her hand to stop Qin Chiyu's abdomen. Luoqiu didn't feel anything, but complained in his heart, "It seems that women often fall down at the sight of me." "Master?" Yu Yi asked softly at this moment. Luoqiu thought for a while, saying, "Miss Qin is our regular customer. We still have some unfinished service. Treat our customer well." Yu Yi nodded, directly dragging Qin Chiyu to a nearby tree. Luoqiu was clear about what Yu Yi wanted to do, to gather information about Qin Chiyu. But she dragged her over there just now, right? Luoqiu shook his head, pretending that he didn't see it. He glanced around, hearing some sounds of fierce fighting coming from the road ahead. It should be Taisetsu. He was sent to support Su Zijuan on the way here. Taisetsu was relatively stable, so Luoqiu had nothing to worry about. As for Wang Hu and 100 Tribulations Taoist, they were still behind. Because they had heard the sounds of the battle, the club's trio had gone ahead first. Of course, he could bring them along, but Luoqiu had always been an energy conservationist. At this moment, Luoqiu, who had nothing to do, looked at the ground. There was a quaint long sword lying on the ground. It fell to the ground because Qin Chiyu lost her grip after she fell down. Luoqiu bent down, picking up this ancient sword casually. This ancient sword gave out a soft sound, which was pleasant to the ears. On both sides of the sword, there were some vague ancient characters, which were looming under the light. "Green Lotus. Sword Song?" Luoqiu read, then smiled. "Is this your name? It sounds nice." On the sword blade, a cyan-flowing light flashed, then calmed down, lying quietly in Luoqiu's hand. Luoqiu smiled, feeling that this sword seemed to have intelligence, and was quite obedient. He then walked to Yu Ye's side with the Green Lotus Sword Song and placed it beside Qin Chiyu. Miss Maid was omnipotent. Now the wounds on Qin Chiyu's body had healed, and she had changed into a new set of clothes. Chapter 1073. There were 3 in front, 5 on the left, 2 on the right, and 6 at the back. Su Zijian stopped in an instant. She had no choice but to stop because the Gaias had formed a besieging formation. Master! Jessica became nervous. She saw that Su Zijian was frowning. At this moment, Jessica found that Su Zijian's body was different from before. Ha! The temperature around her master suddenly rose rapidly. The air around Su Zijian was like a layer of distorted air on the asphalt road under the noon sun. Just being close to her made Jessica feel thirsty. It was like being close to a charcoal stove in a sauna. The air that entered her respiratory tract brought a burning sensation. Jessica stepped back hurriedly. She was shocked to find that the soil around Su Zijian had turned into scorched earth. The moisture in the air seemed to have been completely expelled at this moment. But this kind of high temperature seemed to disappear in a flash. Su Zijian frowned, and that kind of hot breath soon calmed down. You've dealt with them? Su Zijian frowned with a weird expression. Jessica opened her mouth, but saw that Su Zijian was looking at the dark part of the forest with a solemn expression. A figure was walking out from the darkness. As he slowly approached, he finally revealed himself to be a frivolous young man. This young man was holding a persimmon-like fruit in his hand. He walked out while biting it. "Oh, it's okay. I've killed those Gaias," the young man said. Su Zijian was confused. "Who are you?" The young man smiled slightly and said, "My name is Daz. The boss asked me to come and help you." When Su Zijian and Jessica followed Taisetsu to the place where Luochio was in the forest, a sense of relief flashed through the eyes of this hundreds of years old girl. Then she continued to show a weird expression. She had bought a cup of Cain's blood from this boss. The effect of the blood was very good. It directly recovered her body. Su Zijian was different from Long Shuo in that she didn't resist making a deal with the club, but she didn't expect to meet the boss again so soon and under such circumstances. Jessica's expression became a little weird or astonished. Su Zijian noticed Jessica's expression easily. She turned her head and asked in a low voice, "Do you know them?" At this moment, Jessica said calmly, "No. I'm just curious about the origin of these people." Su Zijian said, "A merchant who claims to sell everything. But when it comes to their real origin, even I don't know. Only a few people in Kelowna know about it. Later, try not to speak if you can. Just follow behind me." Jessica nodded with a solemn look. "Boss, mission accomplished." Taisetsu walked to Luochio casually and greeted him. Different from Yu Yi, who did everything perfectly, and Taienzi, who didn't mean what he said. Taisetsu always had a casual attitude, casual but reliable. "Thank you for your hard work." Luochio nodded and then said, "Taoist Baijia and Mr. Wang who should be here soon. You can go and help them." "No problem." Taisetsu nodded and jumped onto a big tree without saying anything. Then he entered this primitive god again. Qin Chiyu hadn't woken up yet, but this place was full of aura. A large amount of aura was pouring into Qin Chiyu's body. Su Zijian glanced at Qin Chiyu's clothes. After being stunned for a while, her expression became even weirder. Actually, it was embarrassment. She suddenly didn't know what to say to the boss. Something like, "Thank you." "Miss Su Zijian, it's my honor to see you again." Luochio greeted her first. After a moment of silence, Su Zijian finally opened her mouth slowly, but the first sentence was, "Do I need to pay?" But I didn't ask for it. This time it was Luochio's turn to be stunned. Luochio felt as if he was being forced to buy and sell by force. "Miss Su Zijian, you misunderstood me." Luochio shook his head. "Though it's not free this time, it's paid by someone else. A good person." Su Zijian blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "Which idiot is so generous?" "Let me think. Not only me, but also Qin Chiyu. I didn't know this woman before, and we didn't have any contact. Can I assume that you're rescuing everyone in this place?" "Miss Su Zijian, you only need to know that you're included in the rescuing." Luochio smiled faintly. "I'll send you out later. Or Miss Su Zijuan, it's also not a problem if you want to go out now. After saying this, Luocio waved his hand. Suddenly, a distorted gap as tall as a person appeared beside him. This is the way out. So simple. Looking at this distorted space, Su Zijuan was speechless. She always had this feeling. When a group of players was still thinking about how to pass a checkpoint, this guy in front of her had already defeated the last big demon king and found the last Easter egg. Then he sat in the demon king's castle, turning his head and looking at the newbies who were still struggling in the first checkpoint with a despicable look. The exit was just within reach. It was indeed a great temptation. Jessica couldn't help looking at Su Zijuan. She needed to wait for her master's order. Su Zijuan suddenly asked, "Is it compulsory?" Luocio shook his head. "It's not compulsory." Su Zijuan thought for a while and nodded. "It seems that this nice guy can't afford a high price." Luocio didn't say anything. He just smiled to deal with this hundreds of years old girl who was difficult to deal with. "Since it's not compulsory, it means that I have a choice," Su Zijuan said indifferently. "Obviously, we're not the only ones he wants to help. That is to say, before the last one leaves, I still have the right to leave, right? You can understand it that way." Luocio nodded. "But Miss Su Zijuan, you have to think carefully. I won't stay here indefinitely." "Time limit?" Luocio didn't answer. Su Zijuan clicked her tongue. It seemed that it was difficult to get more information from this guy and get more details about the deal with the nice guy, unless she was willing to buy the information herself. She didn't know when Luocio would leave, which meant that if she didn't leave this time, she would probably miss the chance to leave. She didn't know how many people Luocio would save, which meant that when the last one left, Luocio would probably leave directly. And before that, if she wasn't with the last one, she would also miss the chance to leave. Obviously, this boss wouldn't turn back for the second time and open a way for her to leave. So Su Zijuan quickly thought of several options. First, leave now. Second, follow this boss and choose when to leave within the time limit. Third, act separately, but at least find one person who would be saved, lock this person's position, and leave with him when he met Luocio. But if she couldn't find him or found the wrong one, she could only rely on herself at this time. Su Zijuan walked to the entrance of the distorted space expressionlessly, but when she was about to enter, she suddenly stopped. She turned back and looked at Luocio, saying suddenly, "I want to talk to you alone." Luocio nodded, then let Yi walk to his side. He whispered something in her ear and then walked to one side. Miss Maid didn't follow him. Su Zijuan glanced at her and then winked at Jessica. Then she followed Luocio into the woods. Both of them had disappeared from everyone's sight. Jessica felt a little uneasy at this moment because Miss Maid was walking towards her. "Miss Jessica." To Jessica's surprise, Miss Maid asked her first. Jessica hesitated for a while and then nodded. "What's the matter?" Yi didn't say anything. She just smiled faintly and then approached Jessica. Under Jessica's surprised gaze, she grabbed her wrist. Jessica was startled, but she was patient. Her intuition told her that this maid didn't mean any harm, and the arm that was grabbed was the one that was hurt by Green Lotus Sword Song's sword energy when she touched him out of curiosity. Miss Maid's fingers moved on Jessica's long wound bit by bit. The wound started to heal. Actually, Jessica's body also had self-healing ability, but it wasn't as strong as Su Zijuan's. The wound had been covered with Qin Chiyu's medicinal powder, so it had healed long ago. But Green Lotus Sword Song's sword energy was too powerful, so it would take at least a few days for the wound to heal completely. But now, well, there shouldn't be any problem. Yi let go of Jessica's arm. "Take a look, is there any discomfort?" It only took a few seconds for the wound to heal. Jessica moved her arm, then frowned and asked confusedly, "Why, this is my master's idea." Yi said softly, "It's free." "Is this place okay?" Luocio looked around. The towering trees were like a barrier, making the surroundings very quiet. Su Zijuan nodded at this moment. Miss Zijuan, is there anything I can help you with? Su Zijuan thought for a while and suddenly said, You still keep those evil souls, right? Of course. Luocio nodded. Speaking of which, before the deal with Su Zijuan, Luocio's financial status had been in a state of balance. But because of the deal with Su Zijuan, Luocio started to have a lot of surplus. Since then, Boss Luo had a little bit of capital to be unrestrained. I still have some ceiling points with me, Yuzichin said. Su Zijuan went straight to the point, but it's still the same as last time. You need to get it. But don't worry, I won't go back on my words. Can I record them? The locations are Shenongjia, Zayoksinganling, Tian Shan Lake. These 3 first. Luocio nodded. No problem. I believe Miss Su Zijuan won't go back on her words. I mean, Miss Zijuan can record them. Because she was rich. Su Zijuan was really rich. As the princess of the Xianyuan royal family, as the only one who had the ability to open the seal of the evil souls, she was really, really rich. I ask, you answer. I'll stop when it's time. Su Zijuan nodded. Let's start from Tian Shan Lake. Luocio closed his eyes and said after a while, the total number of evil souls is 14,796, right? Su Zijuan looked at this man strangely. She had a feeling that all her wealth was calculated by this man, and he knew it even better than she did. Wasn't it infuriating? Sort of. Su Zijuan said casually. Luocio blinked and asked curiously, Miss Zijuan, don't know how many evil souls are in the seal of the Xianyuan royal family in Tian Shan Lake? It's none of your business. Su Zijuan was super fierce. Let's start. Luocio smiled. Su Zijuan rolled her eyes and said after a while, First question, is this Penglai? You told me last time that a large number of evil souls are needed to open Penglai. 10 evil souls, Luocio said. This is not Penglai. This is the Penglai treasure vault. What's the difference? Su Zijuan was stunned. 5,000 evil souls. You're a vampire. The first and second questions are F** king, 50 times more expensive? Su Zijuan couldn't help but want to curse and continue being super fierce. Miss Zijuan, it should be 500 times more expensive. It's none of your business. You're so noisy. Su Zijuan showed her canine teeth. Continue. Did I ask you to stop? Penglai does exist. Just like the Penglai that you know, Miss Zijuan, there were mortals who would fulfill the wishes of those who reached Penglai. Luocio said slowly. As for this Penglai treasure vault, it's actually a replica of Penglai. The biggest difference between Penglai and Penglai treasure vault is that there are fewer places to choose from in Penglai treasure vault. Be more specific. Su Zijuan frowned. Don't worry. Luocio smiled. How about this? I'll give you an example. You should be able to understand. Penglai treasure vault can only buy real things, but Penglai can buy things other than real things. Penglai treasure vault is based on a technology. In theory, it can create more than 99% of all known substances. However, it can't do some illusory things, for example, luck. This technology can't be done, and it won't appear in the treasure vault's list. But for most people, the treasure vault is actually enough to satisfy them. Su Zijuan said with a strange expression, Hey, let's not talk about the treasure vault first. Why do I feel that Penglai is so weird? Miss Zijuan, what do you want to say? Luocio said indifferently. Su Zijuan gritted her teeth. Penglai you? Luocio looked at Su Zijuan, and Su Zijuan suddenly felt a little guilty. The former princess of the Xianyuan royal family frowned and said, Tell me, how many evil souls do you want this time? Not this time.